questions obviously can come in through the chat, Q&A, and by raising your hand. So I think with that, we can start. And oh yes, sorry, just a quick note. In the breaks, please be aware that we are live streaming on YouTube. So please be aware about anything you say. I know it's good to catch up. Questions obviously can come in through the chat, Q&A, and by raising your hand.
So everyone has to be decent. Huh?
Yeah, so the message is behave yourselves, isn't it?
Try to
behave.
Okay, so we're live, we're recording, so I think we can start.
So let's begin. Thank you, Sophia. This is day 2 of our conference on Carthage conference, whose general title was Tolerance, Legal and Constitutional Perspectives from the Mediterranean to the Atlantic. Now, our day 2, as a title, this session, Pluralism and Liberty, Tolerating Conflicting Values. And our panel with Debora Spini, Alessandro Ferrari, Nader Hammami, that I will introduce in a moment, is dedicated to the issue theoretical and juridical consideration north and south of the Mediterranean. We are at the core of a comparative perspective on the issue of religious freedom, the rights of minority, and comparison among constitutional settings. First of all, I will introduce Debora Spini. Debora Spini, which is the connection of our association. She got a PhD from Scuola di Studi Superiori Sant'Anna in Pisa. Spini teaches at New York University in Florence and Syracuse University, also in Florence. Spini's research interests focus on religion and politics with a special interest on Protestant theology, secularization, post-secularization, as well as the role of religion in violent conflicts. Recently, her research extended to the manipulation of religion by right-wing populist movements and parties. On this topic, Spini has published in Italy and abroad and has given papers in Europe, United States, India, and Brazil. His theme is post-secularization, democratic pluralism, and manipulation of religion. Later, I will introduce the other 2 speakers of this session. Please go, Debora.
Thank you very much. First of all, can you hear me correctly? Yeah, is that right? Okay, thank you very much. And first of all, I think I should explain also the reason for this somehow complicated title, because in fact, I was moved to find the topic for my intervention in my, conversations also with Federica, etc. Also, let's say, by the interest in, let's say, growing intolerance. This seminar has a lot to do with tolerance. Whilst instead I would say, as far as the European continent is concerned,
sorry, I remind you that we have to speak slowly because of the interpreters in order to be able.
Yeah, that's right. That's a bad habit of mine. To my partial excuse also, I think the interpreters should have like a list of points that hopefully should make less awful for them to follow me. Let me just start again by this brief introduction. Actually, I was moved by the interest to make sense also of a growing feeling of intolerance that I believe we all agree is becoming more and more frequent in Europe, but also in other parts of the world. And in particular, my intervention will move from this question. This phenomena that we can define as manipulation of religion, a manipulation that oftentimes comes to the point even of weaponization of religion. Can they be explained by invoking the category of post-secularization? As I shall try to argue throughout these 15 minutes, my answer will evidently, obviously, be negative. And why? Because by a post-secular society, we can, actually, we must, I would say, conceive a society that is capable, on the contrary, of embracing democratic pluralism. And a corollary is that religious pluralism is a crucial and evident component of democratic pluralism. In order for me to articulate this thesis, I think it can be necessary for me to provide some clarifications about the term post-secularization, because as you know, there is an enormous literature on secularization, post-secularism. Now, evidently, I do not have the time to go in detail through this very rich literature, but I would like to point out, at least, that by post-secularization, very often, we encounter two different meanings, because on the one hand, the term post-secularization is often used as an explanatory sociological category. That is a term that explains something. I think it is no surprise for anyone to hear that we have more and more familiarity with all this discourse of the return of religion. Religion is coming back. There was a very important book by Gilles Kepel that, talks about God's revenge, La Revanche de Dieu. So let's say a revanchist meaning of post-secularization. Also, very often, post-secularization instead is used with a more distinctive, prescriptive, and normative relevance. Well, in this case, it overlaps with the term post-secularism, whereby, by post-secularism, what is that we mean? We mean a political project that aims at overcoming secularism. So as you can see, we have to be aware of the difference between a sociological and instead the more theoretical, but even, let's be more precise, prescriptive normative meaning. Now, why talking about the sociological concept of post-secularization? Because evidently what used to be the classic theory of secularization, such as formulated first by Max Weber, and then, as you know, that has been picked up by mainstream Western sociology, Peter Berger can be another name, evidently now shows a lot of cracks. Instead of, gradually disappearing, evidently, religion is coming back. And what does it mean? It also means that religious vocabulary, religious actors, religious themes, symbols are also very important. Instead of disappearing from the public sphere, seem to be back very strongly within the public sphere. Now, a point that I would like at least to briefly sketch, and I'm saying briefly sketch because evidently I cannot, trespass too much on your patience, is that also the term secularization itself is by no means a simple one. One can find in the philosophical and sociological literature many different meanings of secularization. One evidently, the most typical meaning of secularization, simply the fading away of religious belief. But here, for this short intervention, I will in particular refer to another meaning of secularization, the one provided by Charles Taylor, that actually defines secularization as a transformation of the conditions of belief. Taylor, by affirming that we live in a secular age, here, I'm just briefly recalling the main points, also mainly, for our students, actually wants us to see that we are living in a condition whereby religious belief is possible, but as an autonomous, as a reflexive choice, not by default, as it used to be in a pre-modern context. So we can see that this particular meaning of religion is intrinsic to modernity, not opposed to modernity. That means that within the framework of modernity, religious belief is possible in special circumstances, again, as an autonomous, as a reflective choice. This particular meaning of religious belief in secularization, I would say, can also help us to understand why it is important to talk about post-secularism. And I would say, I quit myself with a quick slogan, is because evidently a Western-centered notion of secularism is by now showing its weaknesses. In the Western world, at least, here I'm speaking about the, the context that is more familiar to me. In the Western world, at least, we can see the democratic public spaces are increasingly confronted with a new set of challenges and with more and more demands of inclusion, with more vocal demands also of recognition. Furthermore, for a series of reasons that here I do not have the time to articulate, we can also see that our democratic public spaces now are confronted with real diversity. And this represents an enormous challenge to the usual answers that, for example, mainstream Western democratic models gave throughout the centuries to the problem of religious difference. To cut a long story short, I would like also to point out that in this perspective, we may agree on a meaning of post-secularism, post-secularism in this case as a political project, using post-secularism as a term that also has a distinctive prescriptive force. In this case, post-secularism must not mean simply the reoccupation of the public sphere by religious groups. And this is possible to mean post-secularism in terms that are not immediately coincident with the simple reoccupation. So let's say with a regressive meaning. Why is it possible? Because in fact, we can use a richer definition of secularization, such as the one provided by Charles Taylor, because that definition of secularization is not zero-sum. That is, that definition of secularization does not imply that the more the secularization advances, the less religion we have, but constitutes a very different dynamic. That is not simply a zero-sum. Someone is losing and someone is gaining, but is a mutual transformation. So under this point of view, we can indeed talk about a post-secularism that is not simply a reoccupation of the public sphere. And what could post-secularism mean in this perspective? Well, first and foremost, I would say something that has been defined as epistemic tolerance. For those of you who were familiar with his work on this point, I would like to quote the late but never forgotten Massimo Rosati, because indeed Massimo left us very important work on this point. But also, besides Rosati, I could also evoke in this case Habermas. And what does it mean, this epistemic tolerance? It means the mutual tolerance of different sets of reasons that different group of citizens actually bring into the public sphere. Now, after this definition, I have to move on, and I have to move on quickly. I'm sure, Federica, in this case, I'm reading your mind. I also need to move on to briefly describe why and what are those phenomena of manipulation of religion that are typical of populist movements. I would say mostly, although not exclusively, right-wing populist movements. Actually, this phenomena of manipulation of culture are very strong within the Christian tradition, but are by no means exclusive to the Christian tradition. In this days, particularly in the Sama school, we have also, for example, evoked the case of Hindutva. And why this manipulation of religion is so suitable for right-wing authoritarian populism. Because in this case, religion is considered as a part of culture and therefore can be easily used to reinforce an artificial homogeneity of the political community, which is indeed, as everybody knows, a typical feature of populism. Let me also add something. Why is it particularly interesting, I would say, why are these phenomena, at least, in my opinion, why this phenomena should be seriously considered and analyzed. Why cannot we simply dismiss them as folklore? Because it is also very important to remember that those populist movements, at any rate, are also using the language of democracy. And so it is also absolutely crucial to define what is a genuine democratic public space that is not vulnerable, that is not liable of this kind of hijacking process. Now, I would also say that this phenomena of manipulation of religion that here, of course, I do not have the time to discuss, they are not, in my opinion, an example of genuine post-secularization, are not, in my opinion, even less an example of genuine post-secularism. And why? Because I would say that they're completely compatible, even with a zero-sum conception of secularization. And why? Because in this case, religion is completely, how can I say, deprived of its dogmatic content and is simply reduced as an element of culture. And I would say it's important to take this element into consideration also when we consider what is the meaning of religious pluralism. And why? Because I would say that religious pluralism, yeah.
3 minutes more. Debora, go. Spend your last 4 minutes.
Absolutely, I will. No, what I would say is that this kind of religious pluralism, it does not necessarily implies a cooling off of the dogmatic content of religion. And here, I would say it is also extremely important somehow to divorce the dogmatic, the belief content of religion simply from the cultural aspect of religion. Second element, it is also crucial in this process to consider what is the definition of religion and cultural identity, because very often we consider religion and cultural identity by this kind of right-wing philo-authoritarian movements are considered as stone, as carved in stone, not as work in progress. Now, as I believe I only have 2 minutes, let me come to the main point. So what is the key to a genuine democratic pluralism? Is A, the reconsideration of the notion of people and the reconsideration of the concept of nation, in which citizenship plays a key role. Here also is my main thesis, and of course, I mean, I'm also open to be, how can I say, question on that. I would say that religious pluralism not only can, but must be part of civil society. That is, that religiously oriented citizens not only should be allowed, but I mean, should even be welcome to bring their reasons into civil society. The problem is, and here I would like also to know more from my colleagues, Professor Hammami, Professor Ferrari, the question is also that instead, religious groups should not aim at the reoccupation of another level of politics, that is the level of government. And why? Because the level of government here, you know, Weber teaches us all, has a very specific set of means, and this means is coercion. So here is the problem when religious identities ask the government, the state, to help them, not through the instruments of democratic citizenship, but invoking in their protection the coercive capacity of the government. But at any rate, once again, in this case, I would say political citizenship to a certain extent still trumps, and I know that I know that it sounds a little funny to use this term. In this term, but only in this term, political citizenship may trump religious identity. So I would say here, and this is exactly where I would like to hear also my colleagues, on the one hand, it is true that special recognition, even special legal recognition of the rights of some specific religious communities at any rate should never work against the possible universal enjoyment of democratic citizenship. On the other hand, legal means should be put in place. We have various examples. So to make sure that religious identity does not represent an obstacle to democratic citizenship, but on the contrary, becomes a way to foster democratic citizenship. Again, this can be a major antidote to this artificial construction of people as a homogeneous culture that, under the pretense of democracy, ends up justifying authoritarian experiments. And here I believe I'm done with my time, correct?
Yes, correct. Thank you, Debora. Debora, thank you. Your insight on the concept of post-secular and post-secularization as a background, thanks to which to better define what is manipulation of religion and what is a genuine expression of spiritual need of cultural, identitarian, religious need of people. This can be seriously taken in consideration. We'll see what's the reaction of the audience to this concept, which is circulating also among Arab and Muslim authors, and among them the book of Mohammed Haddad on Islam reform is also as a clear place to the concept of post-secular and post-secularism. And now we move to the next speaker, which is Alessandro Ferrari, which is homonymous of Silvio we had yesterday, but they are not relative. They have, but I couldn't say they have nothing to do one another, because they do a job which is they're working very close one to another on similar issues, and we are happy to have him now for and to listen to his presentation now about Through the Mirror of Religious Freedom, the Two Mediterranean Shores and the Challenge of Universalism. And something about Alessandro Ferrari has to be said. Is full professor of ecclesiastical law and comparative law of religions at the University of Insubria, that's mean Lombardy, Varese, Como, and director of the research Center, Religion, Rights and Economies in the Mediterranean Space at the same university. His research interests focus on the transformation of the right to religious freedom in Europe and in the countries of the Middle East, North Africa area. In the second half of 2019, has been visiting fellow at the Islamic Legal Studies program at the Harvard Law School, Law and Social Change. In 2018, he was directeur d'études, invited to the École pratique des hautes études, while in 2014-15 he was Roberta Buffett visiting scholar at Northwestern University, Evanston. That's it. Now it's up to you, Alessandro.
Yeah, thank you very much. I will starting from the title of this meeting that was referring to tolerance. That is a quite evocative word that remind a time prior to freedom and liberties, but also remind a present tension about which we have already discussed yesterday, and also today with the intervention of Debora, the tension between a sort of Schmittian nationalist approach and the tension with a more human right oriented approach, more universalistic approach. This tension between modernity and postmodernity, between a modern state and a constitutional state is, I think, common in all Mediterranean area. And I think that we can have try to have a sort of comparative side to the two shore, Mediterranean shores, try to follow these tensions. And to do that, I select three areas of tensions that I think can be look with a sort of specular vision. The first area is connected to the neutrality, the state neutrality. The second areas of tension is regarding the recognition of religion by the state, so how the right to religious freedom is used today. And the third areas of tension is the relationship between the individual dimension of religious freedom and the collective dimension of this right. I think that for each of these three areas, we can have a sort of comparative reading, very ideotypical, but that can be useful to have a sort of common vision of this geopolitical area. Let's start from neutrality. What is today the state neutrality in the northern side, in the northern shore? I think that constitutional neutrality is passing from a universalistic approach, a neutrality that was open to plural society, to the recognition, public recognition of diversity, of social, religious, cultural diversity, to a neutrality that is much narrower, a neutrality that is furthering the cultural diversity and the societal fragmentation. Why this transformation of neutrality? Because I think that constitutional principles have lost the force to persuade public opinion about the common benefit of pluralism. And to avoid fragmentation, this neutrality has been substantialized by mainstream values. And this opposition between values and constitutional principle has produced a narrower field for religious minority and the recognition of religious minority in the Northern Shore. A typical example of this are some last decision of the Luxembourg Court, the European Union, that has authorized private enterprises to ban headscarves from work. And this ban has been justified using the principle of neutrality. But what is interesting that this neutrality is just used because Islam has been the catalyzer of this transformation of neutrality, but is like a sort of tip of iceberg of a society that has more difficulty to accept social tensions, fragmentation, and to recognize the individual claims that can be different from mainstream. The difficulty to accommodate with a sort of win-win strategy, also individual claims, then can show, for example, something that is different. For example, also the question for civil servants that want to register gay marriages or this kind of thing. So neutrality became not anymore a space to recognize diversity, but a space for homogeneity. And the language of equality and also non-discrimination is become a language for homogeneity, not for recognizes diversity. The second areas of tension is the recognition of religions. We are used to say that the Northern Shore is the land of the separation between church and religion, between church and state. And we know that this is a sort of slogan, because what we are assisting today, what I'm seeing today, is a great effort of state to shape religions, and above all, to shape churches, and in particular, to try to transform Muslim religion in Muslim church, in a sort of Muslim national churches. What is the goal, the purpose of this creation of churches? Why is the church is so important? Because church grant the state about existence of reliable religions. Church grant the state about the practices of individuals. Individuals are not able to control the interpretation of their religious practices, but church can grant this interpretation in front to the state. So when an individual has not a church behind him, it's more difficult that his religious practice can be defended by the state, because who interpret, as Thomas Hobbes asked also in his Leviathan, the religious practice of this person. And Muslims are experiencing very well what means in Europe to be without a church. That means that an headscarf can be interpreted not following the personal interpretation, but the interpretation of a sort of essentialized Orientalist Islam. And for Muslim, this is very important, because the church became a presupposal of the individual religious freedom. And this helps us to pass to the third area of tension, the relationship between the individual and the collective side.
Alessandro, you are disappeared from the screen. Because you
Oh, sorry. And
Okay.
This is also the second, the third areas of tension. So the relations between individual and collective religious freedom. We are used to say that Europe is the country of the primacy of this individual dimension, but as I already said, the collective dimension is really pivotal. And so we should relativize this ideology of the recognition of individual in the Northern Shore. So if we now pass to the Southern Shore using the same three areas, so neutrality, recognition of churches, and also a role of individuals and collective dimension, I think that we can look a different timing, a different situation, but similar tensions. Let's take neutrality. We have said that neutrality in the Northern Shore is become much more narrow toward minority diversity, a sort of need for a recognition of intra- and extra-Muslim differences, a need to build a new citizenship where neutrality has to be much more focused on constitution than on mainstream values. And this is interesting also to note how in the Southern Shore the language and also to control their diasporas. But at the same time, this church building, Muslim church building, is a way also to produce a sort of osmotic process that has two important consequences. The first consequence is the use, rhetorical, instrumental, if you wish, but a common use to the reference of human rights. When in Europe, European states train religious staff, Muslim religious staff, they use human rights. And this discourse now is used also by the states of the Southern Shore that they want to export their religious staff in Europe. And it is interesting to see how we are passing from Islamic Charter of Human Rights, Arabic Charter of Human Rights, to charter that recognize a sort of internalization of the discourse of human rights. Let's see, for example, the Marrakesh Declaration, the Al-Azhar Declaration on Human Rights. Till last year, the Declaration of Abu Dhabi signed by the Pope Francis and Al-Azhar Sheikh, where the church building and the discourse of human rights went together. It's sure that there are documents that can be very strongly contested, not so strongly representative, but anyway, they witnesses the fact that the international human rights now are the reference, not other form or local human rights. Finally, the question of, the second point of this osmotic process in the construction of the church building is the fact that if for Europe this can be contradictory to what we call the separation, for the state of the Southern Shore, it can have a sort of strong secular effect, because the church building imply a religious specialization of Muslim field. And this could have consequences also in the management of the religious apparatus. Last thing is the individual collective dimension in the South Shore. Also in this case, I think that it's interesting, starting from the Tunisian experience, to see a shift from the centrality of the state religion to the centrality of freedom of conscience. Also in this case, we see the emergence of the individual as a sort of pivotal element for the construction of a democratic constitutional state. What can conclude after this very short comparison? We can conclude, I think, three main points. The first point is that we have not a Mediterranean unknown lands, in the sense that both Mediterranean shores are living this tension between modernity and modern state-centered institutional setting and a contemporary human rights-oriented setting. In the second conclusion is that Mediterranean is today at the center of activity of many international players. We have Russia, we have the new Turkey, we have China, And it's very interesting to see how human rights can be the peculiarity of the relationship with this southern Mediterranean area of Europe and United States. If we are really able to develop a coherent policy that is direct to the shaping of democratic constitution and to participate with civil society of this area in this geopolitical space. And when religion plays a so strong role in this space, it's also important that human rights play the same, and so the freedom of conscience. Last final point, we need to pass, and this tension, I think, witness this situation, we need to pass to a osmotic secularism. We are used to speak in the Catholic tradition about healthy secularism, so a simple, peaceful secularism that accepts religion in a public sphere. In reality, we need to pass to something more complex, a secularism that is able to accept the interplay of different legal systems in the same society, and a secularism that is able to follow the accommodating perspective of post-Second World War constitutionalism, that is able to accept him and looking for win-win solutions, and so able to recognize the normative role of individual consciences. This obviously, this requires a strong transformation both in theology and in also in the normative legitimacy of the freedom of all individual consciences. But I think this is the common challenge for this area that we are discussing today.
Okay. Thank you, Alessandro, for this rich overview that will be very inspiring for our work. We'll use that criterion of defining the comparison divided on those three, with this partition in three categories. Thank you so much. And now we move to the intervention of Nader Hammami about cultural identity and freedom of conscience in Tunisia. Hammami, let me tell you something about Nader Hammami, who obtained his doctorate from the University of Manouba, 2010, with a thesis on the image of companions, Sahaba, in Hadith's collection, while holding the EUME Fellowship in Berlin, 2009-10. His research interests are in Quranic studies, historical and religious imaginary in Arab Muslim civilization. Among his publications, Islam al-Fuqaha, excuse my pronunciation, Islam of Jurists, Beirut 2006, The Vulgate and its Readings, a collective 5-volume edition edited by Professor Abdelmajid Sharfi, which is the president of Bait al-Hikma, by the way, who's hosting this conference. And that book has been published in Beirut 2016, and co-editor of the report on the state of religion in Tunisia 2011-15, an analytical and statistical study published by Mominun Without Borders 2018, and finally the Islamic Historical Imagination, Nirvana edition Tunisia 2020. So it's up to you, Nader, please.
شكرا جان كارلو. في الحقيقة ساعدني كثيرا أليساندرو بالخاتمة التي وصل إليها، لأنه تحدث عن مسألة حرية الضمير أو حرية الضمير بصورة عامة في تونس. وأنا أود أن أتدخل بشكل سريع جدا في موضوع دقيق يتعلق بمسألة الهوية هذه بصورة عامة، ولكن هوية ثقافية في ارتباطها بأحد أهم الحقوق الفردية الأساسية التي كرسها الفكر الحديث في الحقيقة، وأقصد مسألة حرية الضمير. هذه الحرية، حرية الضمير التي أقرها الدستور التونسي الجديد بعد سنة 2011، أي دستور 27 جانفي 2014 في فصله السادس، الفصل السادس المقر لحرية الضمير في تونس دستوريا. وسأعود إلى هذا الفصل تحديدا لاحقا، لأن يطرح العديد من القضايا. حتى أكون منهجيا وأضبط وقتي، أريد التدخل في 3 نقاط أساسية أو 3 مستويات ترتبط بمسألة الهوية الثقافية وحرية الضمير في تونس تحديدا، باعتبارها المثال الذي أنطلق منه، مع العلم أنني لا أتبنى المقولة القائلة بأن تونس تمثل استثناء عربيا أو غير ذلك. فأنا لا أؤمن بمقولة الاستثناءات هذه، وإنما هنالك ظروف حضارية وتاريخية واجتماعية هي التي ربما مهدت لإقرار مثل هذا الفصل في الدستور التونسي المقر بحرية الضمير. وسنأتي هل هو نتيجة تفاعل ثقافي واجتماعي واستبطان لحرية الضمير، أم أنه ربما سآتي إليها الكلمة قد أتى في نوع من الغفلة التاريخية أو الصدفة التاريخية في تونس. المستويات الثلاث التي أود الحديث عنها هي مستوى الدستوري، ثم المستوى القانوني، ثم المستوى الاجتماعي، وهو الأهم بالنسبة إلي لربطه بمسألة الهوية الثقافية في تونس. بالنسبة للمستوى الدستوري كنت أشرت بسرعة إلى الفصل السادس الذي يقول صراحة أن الدولة راعية للدين كافلة لحرية المعتقد والضمير وممارسة الشعائر الدينية. هذا الأمر مهم جدا في تقديري، ويعتبر أمرا أساسيا، لأن لا يمكن لأي مجتمع يتبنى قيم المواطنة وقيم الديمقراطية أن لا يدستر مثل هذه الحقوق الأساسية. ولكن في الآن نفسه هذا الفصل الدستوري يحمل نوعا ما من التعارض داخله، إذ أن القسم الثاني من هذا الفصل السادس من الدستور التونسي الجديد يعتبر أن الدولة أيضا بالإضافة إلى كفالتها لحرية المعتقد والضمير بأنها تحمي المقدسات، بأنها دستوريا تحمي المقدسات. هنا الأمر يصبح فيه الكثير من الإشكاليات، لأنه ما الذي يحدد المقدس؟ ما هو مقدس بالنسبة إليه قد يكون غير مقدس بالنسبة إليه. ما يعتبر من المقدسات بالنسبة إلى مؤمن قد يعتبر غير مقدس بالنسبة إلى مؤمن آخر، في حين أن في النهاية هم مواطنون قبل أن يكونوا مواطنين، قبل أن يكونوا مؤمنين في دولة تقوم على أسس المواطنة. ربما هنالك بعض الحلول الدستورية التي ذهبت إلى إقرار الفصل الثاني بالخصوص من الدستور حتى لا نذهب إلى ما يسمى الدولة الدينية على أساس فهم الفصل الأول من الدستور، لأن يعني الفصل الأول من الدستور يقول أن الإسلام دينها، وهنالك الكثير من التأويلات. هل دينها يعود على تونس باعتبارها دولة، أم باعتبار أن تونس في الفصل الأول تمثل الشعب التونسي الذي في معظمه مسلم وليس إسلامي؟ يعني لا ينتبه، وهنالك فرق. فجاء المشرع بالفصل الثاني من الدستور التونسي ليقر بأن تونس دولة مدنية. هذا بالإضافة إلى مقدمة الدستور التي تحاول الجمع، وهنا أعود إلى أليساندرو، بين أمرين: بين اعتماد الدستور على مبادئ حقوق الإنسان الكونية من ناحية، ولكن الالتزام بتعاليم الإسلام من ناحية ثانية. إلى أي مدى يمكن أن نوفق بين تعاليم دينية أي وبالأساس التعاليم الإسلامية وبين الحقوق الإنسانية الكونية؟ هذا الأمر يبقى فيه كثير من المشاكل، بالإضافة إلى أن الدستور نفسه هذا قد يحمل العديد من المشاكل التي تتعارض مع حرية الضمير. وهنا أشير فقط حتى لا أطيل في هذه النقطة مثلا إلى شروط الترشح لرئاسة الجمهورية وفق الفصل 71 الذي يلزم المترشح لرئاسة الجمهورية في تونس أن يكون مسلما. وهنا التعارض واضح بين حرية الضمير المقرة في الفصل السادس من الدستور وشروط الترشح لرئاسة الجمهورية، لأن الأمر يبقى نوعا ما فيه نوع من التمييز إن شئنا. طيب، لكن لا يمكن أن نقول إن الدستور التونسي لسنة 2014 لم يكن مكسبا، بل أتى بالعديد من الحريات ومن ضمنها حرية الضمير والعديد من الحريات الفردية. لكن لو انتقلنا إلى المستوى القانوني الذي يلتزم بالدستور أولا وبالمعاهدات الدولية ثانيا التي صادقت عليها تونس وأمضت عليها وتبنتها، سنجد هنا العديد من الإشكاليات الكبيرة في المستوى التطبيقي القانوني. سنجد مثلا بعض المناشير أو الأوامر الوزارية التي تتعارض بالكلية مع ما يقره الدستور التونسي في فصله السادس مع حرية الضمير، من ذلك قضية زواج المسلمة بغير المسلم أو زواج حتى تونسية، لأنه هذا الاعتبار الذي لم يعد مفهوما اليوم في دولة مواطنة أن كل تونسي يعتبر أوتوماتيكيا مسلما، في حين أن هذا الأمر غير صحيح. ثم طبعا لحسن حظنا أن هذا المنشور قد ألغي، ولكن للأسف في مستوى التعامل هنالك بعض رؤساء البلديات مثلا أو القضاة أو عدول الإشهاد الذين يرفضون إلى اليوم تطبيق أن تختار امرأة ما أن تتزوج من تونسي غير مسلم، ويرفضون عقد الزواج في المستوى العملي. كذلك مسألة الإفطار في رمضان الذي يعتبر أحيانا جنحة يعاقب عليها قانونيا، وهذا الأمر يعارض تماما مبدأ حرية الضمير في المستوى القانوني. الآن المستوى الذي يهمني أساسا والمرتبط به الهوية الثقافية وحرية الضمير، هذا الأمر يرتبط رأسا بالمستوى الاجتماعي أكثر من ارتباطه بالمستوى الدستوري أو مستوى القانوني. لو عدنا إلى الفصل السادس من الدستور الذي فيه عبارة الدين أو حرية الضمير أيضا، فإن هذا التقرير الذي أشار إليه جون كارلو بوسيتي في التقديم، تقرير الحالة الدينية في تونس بين سنتي 2011 و2015، كنا وضعنا سؤالا حول الفصل السادس من الدستور التونسي، ولاحظنا أن نسبة أكثر من 80% من المجتمع التونسي لا يعرف محتوى هذا الفصل السادس، لا يعرفه تماما، لا يعرف مضمونه، وإذا عرفه فإن نسبة 78% من الذين قلت نسبة كبيرة أيضا، لا أذكر نسبة حتى لا أكون مخطئا، ولكن نسبة تفوق 70% على أقصى التقدير يفهمون عبارة الدين في هذا الفصل على أنه يساوي الإسلام وليس أي دين. فحين نقول مثلا في هذا الفصل الشعائر الدينية أو احترام المعتقدات الدينية أو إلى غير ذلك، فإنه يفهمه بصورة مباشرة على أنه احترام العقائد الإسلامية وليس العقائد المخالفة للإسلام. ولذلك حين حاولنا أن نسأل بتحويل الفصل بتوضيحه للناس من العربية الفصحى إلى اللهجة التونسية لنبين لهم أنه مثلا حرية الضمير تعني أنه بإمكان التونسي أن يغير معتقده في أي شيء فيكون تونسي مسلم يصبح مسيحي أو يهودي أو غيرها من الديانات، فإن نسبة قبول هذا الفصل حول حرية الضمير ترتفع بشكل كبير ويصبح الفصل مرفوضا، لكنه في البداية يكون مقبولا على أساس أن الدين يساوي الإسلام. وهذا الأمر في الحقيقة معضلة تعود حتى بنا إلى المستوى التربوي والتعليمي في المدرسة، لأن هذه التربية وهذا التعليم الذي تكون عليه الشباب التونسي بصورة عامة لا يدرس الأديان وإنما يدرس الإسلام، وليس له فكرة تقريبا غامضة جدا أو جزئية أو ضبابية عن الأديان المخالفة للإسلام أو التي تختلف عن ديانته التي تربى فيها. هذا الفصل إذن بهذه المستويات الثلاثة، وأنا أشير بسرعة حتى أصل إلى النتائج التي أريد الوصول إليها. هذا الفصل الذي أقره المجلس الوطني التأسيسي الذي كتب الدستور لم يكن نتيجة نقاشات اجتماعية وفكرية وثقافية، أكاد أقول إن هذا الفصل السادس المعبر عن حرية الضمير أليساندرو كان نتيجة صدفة، كان نتيجة خصومة بين منتمٍ إلى شخص منتمي إلى حركة النهضة وشخص آخر منتمي إلى الجبهة الشعبية اليسارية في تونس. فقال المنتمي إلى حركة النهضة الآخر أنك عدو الإسلام، فقامت تلك المشكلة، وفي ظرف 48 ساعة تم إقرار الفصل السادس المقر بحرية الضمير، ولكنه لم يكن نتيجة تفاعل فكري وثقافي واستبطان لقيمة حرية الضمير باعتبارها حرية فردية ومؤسسة. فأكاد أقول إنها كانت نتيجة صدفة، وربما لو لم تكن تلك الخصومة لما ظهرت عبارة حرية الضمير في الدستور التونسي، بالإضافة إلى العوامل الثقافية والاجتماعية الأخرى التي ذكرتها، والتي هي لا تكشف عن فهم عميق لمسألة حرية الضمير وحرية التدين وحرية المعتقد بصورة عامة. إذن ما أردت أيضا أن أشير إليه أن المجتمع التونسي وفق ما رصدناه وما حللناه ووفق إحصائيات أيضا، أن مواقف المجتمع التونسي من حرية الضمير أو بقية الحريات الفردية بصورة عامة ذات العلاقة بالهوية، هي الهوية الدينية أو العرقية أو الإثنية أو الانتماء المغاربي أي إلى غير ذلك، لا تنبع من معرفة ومن تكوين علمي، بل تكون متغيرة وفق الكثير من المواقف السياسية أو المواقف الإعلامية أو حتى الخطب الجماعية التي تتغير من موقف إلى آخر. ثانياً، أن مسألة الديمقراطية في تونس، وهي ديمقراطية ناشئة، لا تقوم بالأساس على ما يمكن أن نسميه الثقافة الديمقراطية. هنالك ديمقراطية، ولكن ما ينقص هو الثقافة الديمقراطية. يعني هنالك آليات الديمقراطية، أن نذهب إلى الانتخاب وهيئة عليا للانتخابات إلى غير ذلك، ولكن القيم الديمقراطية والثقافة الديمقراطية ليست مستبطنة في المجتمع وليست متبناة بالشكل الكافي.
There is no more the voice of the interpreter. The interpreter, are you there? I don't listen to you anymore.
There is no interpreter?
No,
I can continue with English, huh?
Yes, can hear you, but not the interpreter.
Okay.
What's wrong there?
I am waiting.
yes.
Sophia?
Okay.
What's wrong?
Great.
Okay.
أعود إلى النقطة التي
Yes,
أعتبرها أساسية. قلت هنالك فرق بين الديمقراطية والثقافة الديمقراطية. لدينا آليات ديمقراطية، ولكن الثقافة الديمقراطية لم نستبطنها اجتماعيا. المسألة الموالية أن التدين والنظرة إلى الدين في المجتمع التونسي، وهذا ليس استثناء ولكنه نوع من الخصوصية، هو تدين ثقافي وليس تدين دogmatic. The term in English, it's not okay. The religion is not religious in Tunisia. It's cultural religion. يعني الدين ليس ديني، التدين ليس ديني، وإنما هو تدين ثقافي بالأساس، يرتبط بالعادات والأعراف وما تعرف عليه المجتمع أكثر من التدين الدغمائي. وهذا مثلا نسبة رفض زواج المسلمة بغير المسلم في تونس هي نفس نسبة رفض زواج غير المسلم بغير المسلمة. فالمسألة اجتماعية ثقافية، ما تعرف عليه الناس أكثر من اعتباره قائما على المسألة الدينية. وهذا الأمر مهم جدا، لأن المجتمع التونسي يعتبر الدين جزءا من ثقافته التونسية. أليساندرو بالخصوص في خاتمتك، أي أنه لا يعتبر الثقافة كلها في الدين أو الدين كله في الثقافة، وإنما التدين. Okay, I will finish. في
conclude now.
Okay, the conclusion. الدين جزء من ثقافته وأعرافه التي ورثها، ولذلك فإن التغيير فيها يكون بطيء بل أصعب من تغيير الناحية الدينية، لأن تغيير العادات الاجتماعية والأعراف الاجتماعية أصعب بكثير من تغير الدين نفسه. ثم المسألة التي أود أن أختم بها هنا أن هذا التدين الثقافي الذي يتميز به المجتمع التونسي ليس ثابتا في الحقيقة، ليس ثابتا تماما، لأنه في كل مرة يتغير وفق الأحداث السياسية العالمية وما تبثه الفضائيات وما يبثه الإعلام وحتى صفحات التواصل الاجتماعي التي بإمكانها أن تغير الرأي العام من موقف إلى آخر. فمثلا أعطي مثالا أختم به، الموقف مثلا من الشيعة قبل 2006 الحرب اللبنانية ليس كما بعد الحرب اللبنانية وما جرى في سوريا إلى غير ذلك، حيث يتم ربط الموقف من الشيعة لا بالمسألة الطائفية أو الدينية، وإنما أيضا بالأحداث السياسية الكبرى، مما يجعل الرأي التونسي في مسألة الثقافة الدينية والهوية الثقافية المرتبطة بالحقوق الفردية بما فيها حرية الضمير ليس أمرا ثابتا، وما ينقص هو تكريس ما سميته الثقافة الديمقراطية وعدم الاكتفاء بالديمقراطية. شكرا.
Great, thank you, Nader. Thank you for your very good exposition on the Tunisian debate on the constitutional issues and religious and religiosity and freedom, which is this debate is so crucial, so important to us, and I'm very happy of having welcomed your speech here. I hope we continue the discussion about the further developments of the Tunisian public sphere involved in the theme of the constitutional debate, the after constitutional debate. And now, before giving the floor to some questions coming from the audience, I would like to read you some of the remarks and questions this is for all of you. Secularism happened in the West due to specific historical conditions. Try to make the Western aspect a universal one without looking deeply into a different historical factor is very difficult. So my question is it possible for the Muslim Arab elites to create a specific system other than secularism, to have in Muslim Arab region? This is a question which is connected with the one of neutrality. How can we take into account neutrality and at the same time freedom of belief, while seeing, especially Europe, which paved the way to what they call freedom of belief long time ago, Muslim women are pushed to take their veils off at work, streets, schools, and universities? This is all their questions. I want to all you know is one for Debora. What are the reasons that make religion decrease when secularism progresses? This also connects the issue with secularism. And then again about post-secularism, how is this question for Lorena Stella Martini, how is the discourse on post-secularism declined in those societies that have not gone through a process of secularization, if it is at all? Again, the exclusion of religious groups from political participation can sometimes undermine the democratic process and lead to negative consequences. And again, how is the discourse on post-secularism applied in those societies that have not gone through a process of secularization? Now, I think we could start with this group of questions because we're becoming an interesting question about India, also about secularism. Is Shilpi Pandey saying, what is your view, to Debora Spini, on the issue of rise of populism in India? Do you think the very nature of its secularism has contributed to the rise of populism? That's a very pertinent question. Again, Imane Ghezal, secularism happened in the West due to specific historical condition, trying to make the Western aspect a universal one without looking deeply to a different historical. I know this already read. I could start with this group of questions for Debora, and perhaps also for the others if they want to intervene on the issue of secularism and post-secularism. Please. Debora first, then Alessandro, and then Nader.
Okay, thank you very much for these amazing questions. I shall try to group them, so at least to partially address them. So first of all, let me take, as I had at least a couple of points on India, let me focus on that first, and then I move to the others. Yes, absolutely. The question about populism in India, it's a big yes. As a matter of fact, I know that in the Indian political theory debate, a number of colleagues are not enthusiastic using the category of populism. I mean, modestly, for what my opinion can be worth instead, I belong to those who affirm that, actually, BJP and in general, the politics of saffronization is a typical case of populism. And why? Because as a matter of fact, they are trying to move towards a majoritarian view of democracy and enforce homogeneity, associating Hinduism with Indianness. What's interesting is the profoundly colonial root of this operation, because as you know better than me, the very notion of Hinduism is something that was brought by somehow Western social sciences, and the very notion of Hinduism flattens the great plurality, the great diversity of religious traditions within India. On this point, I would like also to connect with what Professor Alessandro Ferrari just said, because you remember Professor Ferrari said there is an attempt of narrating Islam as a church. And here we get the root of many of the problems addressed also by other questions. Secularization was born in the West, etc., etc. Yes, secularization was born in the West, but also because secularization, the very theory of secularization somehow was all shaped around Christian theology. So this is also, an element that I would like to use also to answer a very profound question, post-secularism in non-secularized societies. Well, then again, here is the root, because question is that at the moment there is a very vibrant literature from the post-colonial field that somehow questions the possibility of using the category of secularization that works for Western society outside of Western society. And also, secularization and secularism. So evidently, when we are talking about secularism and we want to use secularism in the good sense as somehow as a slogan to bring about what? To bring about pluralism, somehow in the spirit of, Professor Hammami speech, you can see that somehow this word secularism reveals itself as a kind of, rusty sword. It's an instrument that doesn't help. Because it is profoundly, how can I say, drenched into the Western tradition. So, for example, this is why in the name of secularism, of course, you can have political discrimination. And the case that you were mentioning of asking women to remove their veil, this is discrimination. This is discrimination. And what I think is particularly, how can I say, irritating of the request of women to remove their veil is that it is made in the name of secularism that originally in the European project was a recipe for inclusion. Why is it so that in Europe we come up with secularism? Because we used to have one dominating religion that somehow was oppressing all the others. That's why the solution of secularism came about. It was not thought to exclude minority religions from the public sphere. It was thought to stop killing them. So you can see that now secularism is manipulated, and in this sense, you know, we can find that sometimes secularism is used in a way that I would call epistemic arrogance. That somehow, you know, being secular is actually better than being religious. But this request of asking women to give away their veils is simply unacceptable. You don't even need to have a lot of post-colonial theory. You just need to be a serious liberal in the Western sense to understand that there is no reason whatsoever why people, included women, should be prevented from the expression of their autonomous choice insofar as they don't harm others. So as you can see, I would say here, we are all revolving around one common problem that in fact is the fact that when we speak about secularism, we speak of a recipe that was thought for a certain context and is simply exported very often on the wings of colonialism. And also, again, the Indian case is very interesting. Why? Is secularism to be blamed for what is happening? Well, some Indian scholars, Ashish Nandi is the first one.
Exactly.
Ashish Nandi says yes.
And it's just about that, just about the failure of Indian secularism, you know?
Yeah, I would say personally, I am more inclined on the position of Bhargav, that is to say that there is a, original Indian version of secularism, the version of principal distance. Why, however, Nandi has a point? Because, you know, this whole idea of secularism has to... Sorry? I've lost. Hi?
That was a mistake. No, go on. Go
Okay. No. I would say that, just to cut a long story short, evidently Nandi, secularism is to blame because Nandi associates secularism with, you know, the colonial heritage. I mean, I would like to answer a lot more to those questions. I'm just a bit worried for my colleagues.
Hey, look, before we are listening to the voice of Alessandro and Nader, Sophia, you have some questions to gather that coming from the audience.
Yes, there's actually quite a few, but I think we could start with Mariam. Would you like to take the question?
Hello, everyone. So I wanted to ask a question regarding the relationship between culture and religion on both sides of the Mediterranean. I think that through this discussion, it was quite clear that there are processes going somewhat seemingly in opposite directions. So whereas in countries such as Morocco and Tunisia, the discussion on individual and civil liberties has attempted to make a distinction between cultural practices. In Europe, this separation is actually hindering or is used as an excuse or as a reason to further limit personal freedoms. So I wanted to ask how the professors thought we could recombine or synchronize these efforts.
Okay. Other questions before we gather all of them and try to close quite fast?
Okay, Shauna.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for this fantastic session. I really enjoyed it. I have 3 questions. I'll keep it short. Professor Spini, you mentioned that you mentioned 2 things. One is that religion should be able to express themselves in civil society and give religious reasons in civil society. But at the same time, civil society has to confront the problems of populism, where if one theory of populism is that the leader creates a direct relationship with the people, and therefore all institutions between the leader and the people are collapsed. So where then is the space for religious reasons to come forward in civil society when you have populist leaders determining the reasons of the state constantly? Professor Ferrari, thank you for that fascinating, lecture. My question is, what happens to constituent power or the value of constituent power if constitutional reasons or constitutional principles are losing their force in persuading the public? Yeah, and Professor Hammami, thank you for that fascinating lecture. I was just thinking about democratic culture, and I work on India as well, and there is a separation or distinction to be made in India today between the founding moment of constitutionalism and the democratic culture that emerged after that because of the constitution. And we have discussed this, in this session as well. And I was wondering whether that distinction can be made in the Tunisian experience as well. There is the founding moment. There are debates around it that are not necessarily complete debates, like you said, on the question of freedom of expression, but how much does public culture really begin to adopt these debates over time?
Okay, there's two more questions, and then I think we should close it. So Lamia, go ahead, and then Mohammed. Lamia?
سؤالي شكرا اولا للجامعه الصيفيه. سؤالي موجه الى الاستاذ حمامي. استاذ حمامي، نحن هنا في المغرب نعتبر على ان التجربه التونسيه هي تجربه استثناء، خصوصا حينما نشاهد في فصل في شهر رمضان ان المقاهي مفتوحه في تونس. نرى في هذه المساله طفره نوعيه، ليس جميع المقاهي بل بعض المقاهي ولو بكيفيه كذا سريه، نعتبرها طفره بالنسبه لحقوق الفرد وحقوق الضمير. بناء ورقتكم تحيلنا على نفس الهواجس التي نعيشها نحن في المغرب، ألا وهي كون الدستور المغربي في الفصل الثالث نص على مسألة حرية الشؤون الدينية في الفصل الثالث من الدستور، لكن حينما ننتقل إلى القانون الجنائي الفصل 220 نجد على أن هذا الفصل يعاقب كل شخص قام بزعزعة عقيدة مسلم ب6 أشهر إلى 3 أشهر حبسا نافذة مع وجود غرامة مالية. وبالتالي نلاحظ الفرق ما بين الورقة الدستورية وما بين القانون الجنائي. من وجهة نظر أستاذ الحمامي، ألا يمكن أن نعتبر على أن الدستور التونسي سنة 2014 والدستور المغربي في سنة 2011 هو دستور تقدمي في مسار بناء الثقافة الديمقراطية، على أساس أن الفاعل السياسي، ماذا نقصد بالفاعل السياسي هنا؟ نقصد به البرنامج والأحزاب السياسية، لا يجب أن تتنازل عن صلاحيتها. ماذا نقصد بصلاحيتها؟ أي أن الفصول الدستورية يجب أن تقوم بعملية التأويل وفق الممكنات التي سوف تساهم بشكل أساسي في الحفاظ على المكتسبات والحقوق الفردية مع العمل على توسيع تلك الحقوق والمكتسبات. وشكرا لكم أستاذ حمامي.
Last question, Mohammed, keep it short.
Yeah, very brief. One is like a comment to Nader about the absence of political culture. I think that's
Don't listen. No microphone.
Hello.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Okay. First of all, huge thanks to all the panelists for the insightful presentations. My question is for Dr. Hammami. You talked about very interesting points, more of like facts on how the Tunisian constitution came to being. Does it imply, does your presentation imply that we cannot, as Arab societies, that we cannot live a Western experience of secularism? Thank you so much.
Okay, my two two questions, like comments. The first one is to Nader. I'll go in English, right? Is okay? About the absence of democratic culture in Tunisia, you underlined it. Well, I think it is part of the process in emerging democracy that the democratic culture is not very dominant, and that has been the same in consolidated democracies in the West. Even now in consolidated democracies of the West, the fact that we have Islamophobia, anti-immigration policies, it reflects that there is, well, democracy is understood differently. There is a lot of culture in it, a lot of religion in it. So I think we cannot overjudge maybe the Tunisian experience if we take into account the experiences outside. So just a comment from an outsider, right? As to the question of secularism in the Arab world and maybe in the Islamic context, well, it has gone through different stages, right? At the point, or maybe what has made it more problematic in the Islamic world is that they are facing secularism in one of its latest stages. In the beginning, it was, truly separation. You know, you have the king and the church, or the new bourgeoisie and the church, or the king, or the two powers or three powers. So that was a separation, right? But later on, what do we have? It's no longer separation. It was later on taming religion, no, and then dominating religion and overcoming it. So it's secularism in the West. In some context, in some smells of atheism, right? And that's what makes it problematic for still changing societies like the Arab Islamic societies. They see in it either atheism and philosophical worldview. It's not separation. That's why there is total refusion. Though it is lived, but as a concept, it's still not accepted in the Arab world, for example. Or they see it as it's racist, discriminatory, and Islamophobic. So secularism now is one of these two. It's either atheist or Islamophobic, racist, that's it. So that's why it makes it more problematic in the Arab Islamic context. That's it. Thank you.
Now the answers. I think Alessandro and Nader have to try to give just a short answer, and we must close this session. Yeah.
Okay, three brief considerations. The first one about the universality of the Western model. As a lawyer, for me, it's difficult to define secularism because it's difficult to translate into a legal category. But what is important for me is to see that there are one category that is quite a universal. It is the category of state-nation that has quite been successful. And if I listen all the intervention, we can see that this idealtypic political model that is transplanted also in the southern shore pose the same question like in the northern shore. Also the question, what about constitutional principles, if they are not followed, are all things that from back and forth, from many constitutional lawyers are very disputed also in the northern shores. What is important to notice that, and for me is the real distinction between the two shores, is that the southern shore has adopted the nation-state model, so one part of the Westphalia modernity, but not the second part, the church. I think that we tend not to emphasize enough the great distinction between church and religion that has been made by Westphalia in the middle of the 17th century, because this distinction is very important. We used to distinguish between state and religion, but distinction between church and religion is very important. And this helps also to understand the question of Zakaria about secularism, individual and collective side. We can say that secularism promotes a collective religion, but this collective civil religion became a filter for individual confessional religion. So we can articulate cultural and religious in many ways. And finally, the question of Lorraine about women's rights. This is a typical example, in my view, of the osmosis between legal system, between civil society and religious society. This is clearly an example. And I stop here because it's too complicated and too many things.
Thank you, Alessandro. Nader?
شكرا. هنالك أسئلة سأحاول أن ألخص بشكل تأليفي وسريع حتى أختصر الوقت. لذلك أقول بداية مقولة الاستثناء هذه لأنها مهمة جدا. في تقديري أن القول باستثناء حضارة ما أو دين ما أو مجتمع ما من التاريخ الكوني هي مقولة في تقديري هي التقاء اليمينين. هذه هي الإشكال. لماذا؟ لأن القول باستثناء إسلامي مثلا أو استثناء للإسلام باعتباره الدين لا يقبل قيم الحداثة أو العلمانية هي مقولة يلتقي فيها الإسلام في شكله المتطرف مع اليمين أو الدراسات اليمينية الغربية. فلذلك الإسلام كباقي الأديان والمجتمعات الإسلامية كباقي المجتمعات في كل العالم لا تمثل أي استثناء في أي شيء، وإنما هي بطبيعتها ككل المجتمعات يمكنها أن تقبل قيم الديمقراطية وقيم الحرية وقيم العلمانية. لماذا أقول قيمة العلمانية؟ لأن قيلت الكلمة العلمانية باعتبارها آلية. الإشكال أين يتم تكفير العلمانية أو رميها بالكفر أو أنها منافية للدين؟ حين يقدمها أصحابها بالأساس قبل أعدائها على أنها إيديولوجيا. العلمانية ليست إيديولوجيا، العلمانية هي قيمة، ويجب أن تكون قيمة لتكريس قيم المواطنة. وبالعودة إلى مقولة الاستثناء، الديمقراطية نفسها كانت مرفوضة في المجتمعات الغربية من طرف الكنيسة. ألم تعتبر الديمقراطية هرطقة الأزمنة الحديثة؟ ولم تكن من داخل الدين المسيحي، وهذا ما يشاع، أي أنها نتيجة الإصلاح الديني داخل الكنيسة. هذا الأمر في تقديري تاريخيا غير صحيح. لماذا؟ لأن حتى مقولة أعطوا لقيصر ما لقيصر وأعطوا لله ما لله جاءت تالية للعلمانية حين أصبحت العلمانية والديمقراطية أمرا واقعا في الغرب. حينها وجدت الكنيسة تأويلا في النص المقدس لمثل هذه الآية، ولكن ليس قبل ذلك. ويجب ترتيب هذه المسائل. لا يمكن لأي دين سواء كان الإسلام أو المسيحية أو غيره أن تأتي هنالك ثورة قيمية من داخله على أساس العلمانية أو الديمقراطية حين تصبح تلك القيم أمرا واقعا في المجتمع يتبناها كرها وليس طوعا القائمون على المؤسسة الدينية سواء كان في المسيحية أو في الإسلام أو في غيره. بالنسبة إلى تونس الآن التي تحدثت عنها ومسألة المقاهي المفتوحة وإلى غير ذلك من هذه التعبيرات عن الحرية، في السياقات التاريخية في تونس، لأن مسألة قبل سنة 1981 في تونس في الستينيات والسبعينيات المقاهي والمطاعم كانت مفتوحة تماما، لم تكن مغلقة. بداية من 1981 كان هنالك منشور وزاري للوزير الأول هو الذي فرض غلق المقاهي، وكان ذلك في إطار سياسي بامتياز، وهو تحالف السلطة القائمة مع الإسلاميين لضرب اليسار في تونس. هذا الأمر واضح تماما بالنسبة إلينا هنا، ولذلك هو سياق. لكن الإشكال أين؟ حين يتم مواصلة العمل بمنشور وزاري مخالف للدستور. هنا ما سميته هذا المستوى القانوني الثاني الذي يجب إعادة هيكلة المسألة التشريعية لأقول تكون منسجمة. وهنا أقول بصورة واضحة حتى أجيب على أحد الأسئلة على المكاسب الدستورية في مسائل الحريات الفردية. أنا لا أنكر وجود مكاسب في الدستور التونسي لسنة 2014 فيما يتعلق بالحريات الفردية التي تضمن، ولكن أقول هنالك هذا محاولة الترميق بريكولاج بين الهوية العربية والإسلامية من ناحية المرجعيات الحقوقية الإنسانية الكونية من ناحية، يؤدي إلى تعارض حتى بين فصول الدستور نفسه. نلاحظ هنالك مثلا معارضة شديدة من التيارات المحافظة لمعاهدة سيداو مثلا التي تنفي كل أشكال التمييز. هنالك معارضة من المحافظين للمساواة في الميراث، في حين أننا لا فصل دستوري قائم يقول أن المواطنون والمواطنات نساء ورجال إذن متساوون أمام القانون في الحقوق والواجبات. إذن الدستور صحيح تقدمي، ولكن هنالك هذا المستوى الاجتماعي والمستوى القانوني الذي يجب أن يواكب تلك الحقوق. بالنسبة إلى تبني الثقافة الديمقراطية، هنالك إشكال نحن نعيشه منذ دولة الاستقلال، منذ 1956. من أين تأتي الإصلاحات؟ الإصلاحات تأتي من المجتمع أم أنها تكون فوقية مثل ما فعلها مثلا الحبيب بورقيبة بالنسبة إلى مجلة الأحوال الشخصية في تونس؟ لأنه في 13 أوت 56 فرض، آنذاك لم يكن رئيس جمهورية، كان وزير أول في عهد البيات، فرض مجلة الأحوال الشخصية ومنع مثلا تعدد الزوجات. وبعد 70 سنة 60 سنة أظن استبطن المجتمع التونسي مسألة، استبطن المجتمع التونسي منع تعدد الزوجات، فأصبحت من ثقافته ومن أعرافه. فحتى وإن كان متدينا وهو تونسي فهو يرفض تعدد الزوجات، ليس من منطلق ديني بل لأنه أصبح دينيا فقط. الأستاذة ديبورا، ما بعد العلمانية لا يمكن أن تكون إلا في مجتمع ترسخت فيه العلمانية. يعني ما بعد العلمانية ليست مرحلة تأتي، بل لابد أن تكون العلمانية مرسخة. فما بعد العلمانية هي داخل العلمانية نفسها، كما ما بعد الحداثة تستعمل آليات الحداثة نفسها لكسرها من الداخل. فالمسألة ليست مسألة مراحل أو مسألة تداخل، وإنما هي لابد من ترسخ العلمانية باعتبارها قيمة وليست إيديولوجيا للحديث عما بعد العلمانية. فقط هذا ما أردت أن أقوله باختصار، وأعتذر لكل من لم أستطع إجابته، ربما يزاحمني جيكارلو لإتمام هذه المداخلة التي ربما أثقلت بها عليكم. شكرا.
Thank you, Nader. Thank you to Debora, and thank you to Alessandro. It's been a very intense session.
Thanks to all the questions.
Now we have to stop. Also, because I see a lot of discussion is going on in the chat and the question and answer. You can look at it, but we are already more than 15 minutes late. But after all, we deliver the management of the continuation of our discussion to Mohammed Assas for the next session, and the gender issues that has revived our discussion so much will keep going the next session, which is just about that. I don't think we need to make a break now. The break will be at the end of the next session for the interpreter. Unless if there is no objections, we can continue, Mohammed.
Yes, maybe we take 2 minutes just to solve a technical problem.
I don't hear you.
Okay, 2 minutes.
5 minutes. Make it 5 minutes.
Yes.
Okay, that's nothing. 2 minutes. Okay.
See you later.
Professor Boutkhil, can you raise your hand?
Sophia?
Yeah.
Do you see Soumia? He raised her hand, she said.
What? Sorry?
Just time. Io ho una fame che arrabbio, che non ho mangiato prima e quindi ora ho fame.
Ci sentiamo.
1 second. She's telling me she's in a meeting, but I can't see her name.
Do you see her? She raised her hand to say she's here, but I also don't see her.
Okay, more.
Is it the same name, right? And oh yes, yes, we see you now. She's here. No, it's not the same name, right? That's why you got confused, maybe. We can't hear you also. Yeah, it's still muted.
My mistake. I'm using my daughter's computer. You got me red-handed. Okay, I'll rename it. Okay.
Sorry about that, because I didn't know.
I am so sorry. You know, I've been here since the beginning, and I was getting really very anxious. How can I solve this? You know.
Now we know the problem. Yeah.
Sorry.
Guys, so sorry about that.
Oh, well, I'm so sorry. So sorry. It's my mistake.
Good. So I mean, Amel is here. I saw, and you're here.
Where is Amel?
I saw her in the meeting.
I see Professor Kchaou. Hello, Mr. Mounir.
Yep, she's here.
Oh. Hello.
Hello.
Everyone is here. Your panel is here.
Okay. Let's take more 2 minutes, right? Maybe so that maybe the translators are also maybe at least to drink some water.
Yeah, for all of us.
I see also Professor Hanafi is here. Hello. You are muted. I see you talking maybe, but it's fine. Is Amel available with camera?
Yes, I am.
I still don't see you, and you are. Oh, here you go. Yes. Hello.
Hi.
Hello, Sari.
مرحبا أمل، كيفك؟
أهلا ساري.
ما شفتك من 6 سنوات.
سنتين لا؟
اي تقريبا، اي صح.
بيروت.
سلاماتي.
كيف الجو في بيروت؟
We look every day how much we earn. Now we started earning less than $1,000.
So the revolution keeps going.
Yeah, absolutely.
Amel, you are in Alger?
Yeah. Yes,
How
I
are you?
am.
Okay. How are things? Calm?
Well, yeah, because actually COVID is just going stronger. So still calm, at least on the streets.
Okay. Good. Is Giancarlo back? And then we can start.
Giancarlo is
yeah, he's here.
I'm sorry, can I just please ask a question? What's the procedure protocol for asking a question? Do we pose it to the general chat? Because I don't, in the Q&A button, there's no
I actually
ask the question.
The Q&A are for the participants who are outsiders, not in the Zoom.
I see. Okay.
And for the people in the Zoom, they should, if they manage to raise the hand, it's better they do talk.
Mohammed, can you see the raised hands now?
Actually, no, I don't have that option.
Okay, so I can. I made you co-host, and I thought that would make you see that, but it's okay. I'll keep an eye on them, and I'll let you know. So you know when we start collecting questions, I'll just shoot you a message and tell you if there's any raised hands.
Okay.
But I don't know. I mean, to answer Professor Fadl's question, I think that it's a kind of you know, pell-mell, you know, try and keep an eye a bit on everything, but it's hard. But yeah, a lot of discussion.
Yeah, that's why I proposed actually that we freeze the discussion when the speakers are talking. Otherwise, we get distracted. till this question time. If we manage to get people to talk, it's better. Otherwise, they write that moment of discussion. This way, we don't lose questions. Good. Yeah. Maybe we resume. Yeah. Good. I also greet Suzanne. She has come back. She has joined. Hello, Beirut.
Maybe she went to get coffee as well.
Okay. Welcome. Good afternoon, good day, everyone. Welcome back to the second panel of the second day of Carthage seminars on constitutional and legal perspectives from the Mediterranean to the Atlantic. We are on 2nd of July 2020. This panel is entitled Gender Issues and Political Transformation in the Current Maghreb. And the panel is fully Maghrebi. The speakers are from the Maghreb, from different countries in the Maghreb. I'm very pleased, and the chairperson is originally from the Maghreb. The speakers are, our distinguished speakers in this panel are Professor Soumia Boutkhil, Dr. Amel Boubekeur, and Professor Mounir Kchaou. I will introduce each of them when they speak. So I will introduce first Professor Boutkhil, who is full professor of English and Gender Studies at Mohammed I University in Oujda, in the east of Morocco. She studied in Morocco, France, and US. And she's the initiator and former head of the graduate interdisciplinary program, Gender, Society, and Human Development. As a Fulbright visiting scholar for 2008 and 2009 at Rutgers University, she wrote and lectured extensively in feminine literature and women's status in Morocco, with a particular focus on the problematic interactions of law and religion. She co-founded the Identity and Difference Research Group, Ikhtilaf, at the university, and she has edited a number of books, including Minority Matters, Representing Minorities, and North African Women After the Arab Spring. Professor Boutkhil is actively involved in civil society as well, and is a member of the Hijra Clinique Juridique. She currently serves as the director of the Hijra Legal Aid Clinic for migrants, refugees, and asylum seekers in Oujda. Professor Boutkhil, the floor is yours. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Si Mohammed, for the kind presentation. I want to remind you with the title of my presentation. The title is The Obstructed Pipeline, Obstacles to Decision-Making Positions for Women in Morocco. I will be speaking about the cost of the exclusion of women from active life, and especially from decision-making, and see the impact this exclusion has on future generations. Because I am so stressed about time, I am going to read, I timed myself, so I think I will be okay if I keep an eye on my documents. Okay, so I want to start off with some statistics. The World Bank study in 2018, World Bank study titled The Cost of Women's Exclusion, I believe. Anyway, that World Bank study estimated the cost and realized potential of the high cost of gender inequality in earnings. This study in 2018 examined the economic cost of gender inequality in lost human capital worldwide. It estimated the loss of the cost at $160 trillion. In nearly every country worldwide, women face obstacles to fully participate in the workforce and earn as much as men. The study highlights that women account for only 38% of their country's human capital wealth, at 60% for men. The economic impact of gender inequality is only the tip of the iceberg. It is the consequence of policies that are often justified as being based on social practices, and this is more so in cultures where there's still issues related to the role of women, and both in education, the curriculum, and also in the media, highlighting a stereotypical role for women. However, in view of the global demands for equal rights, these justifications for unfair treatment of women are less and less viable. Institutions from around the world, the McKinsey Institution and other UN institutions, I mean the United Nations institutions mainly, have led numerous studies showing the importance of the inclusion of women in the economy, and also the impact of this inclusion on the well-being of the whole family and also the well-being of the nation. They have provided tools and methods for addressing the different challenges that countries are facing in the full inclusion of women in the economy. One such tool that we use globally since 2006 is the GGGI, which is the Gender Gap Index. The Gender Gap Index, used by the World Economic Forum since 2006, as a mean of assessing public policies and the efforts undertaken by states to reduce the gender gap in 4 essential categories: participation and economic opportunities, educational level, health and survival, and political empowerment. Well, no country worldwide has been able to reduce the gender gap. That's a good news for us. But many countries have been able to make progress, and the statistics show that they are on the right path. However, since 2006, Morocco has gone really far back, compared to the performance before. For instance, Morocco today is ranking in the global index, Gender Gap Index. It's ranking 143rd position. Morocco is in the 143rd position compared to Algeria or Tunisia. Algeria is in a 132nd position, and Tunisia is in the 124th position. One has to remind the audience that the scale, Morocco is at 143, and the scale is 153. So we are just 10 points behind. As I said before, we're falling really far behind because in 2006, the numbers were better than that. I normally have the number, but I don't know how. I might have deleted it from here. When, in any case, you can go back and see, the ranking of Morocco in 2006 compared to the ranking in 2018. Okay, so what is also worrying is that while Morocco has undertaken different measures and reforms to promote women's position in society, including gender-sensitive budgeting, reforms in family code, the law to fight discrimination against violence against women, and also labor law, which is supposed to promote women's access to law and also guarantee the rights, and many other reforms. So while we had all these reforms voted, and the crown, the major change in terms of reforms is the adoption of the Constitution of 2011 that states the equality between men and women and guarantee rights for women on an equal footing. So what is interesting also in this is to look at how women have accessed also education massively. We are at almost 90% of education offered to to girls in the rural area, and almost fully 100% in the urban area. Most girls now attend school. At least the primary education is almost attained fully. We still continue to have falling back in those development barometers through which we calculate the performance of a country in terms of gender performance. Okay, so skipping certain things. Now, Okay, now, as I said, despite all the measures taken, despite the gender budgeting, despite the reforms in terms of family, despite the protection, and despite also the laws allowing women to pass citizenship to their family, to their kids, and also the crown reform, which is the constitution, as I said, and despite the feminization of some sectors, such as education and health, despite all of these changes, we failed to reduce the gender gap and address the issue of the low impact of women in key sectors. This is, not typical of Morocco. This is something that has been experienced historically in different ways and in different contexts, and it has also helped in many fields. It has helped researchers to understand. Sorry, it has helped many researchers to understand the importance also of. Sorry, I lost my track. It has also the importance of including women at all levels of production of knowledge and also of research to sensitize about the importance of policies that are sensitive to gender equality. In research, this has been known as the no-name problem. Previously Betty Friedan and Debora Elrod has respectively called the problem as the no-name problem or the problem with no name, which is we have the presence of women, but at the same time, we rarely understand their exclusion, and we mostly rarely understand the insignificance of their the insignificance of the impact, not the participation, but the insignificance of the impact on society. The women and the labor market in Morocco has undergone a transformation, and it's maybe important to remind all of us of the transformation. Okay, my focus has been in forestry, in education, in engineering, justice, and so on and so forth, just to understand what the feminization of these key sectors were they able to impact the dynamic within these professions. I don't want to go back, to statistics, but I want to just raise your attention to something. We spoke last time about the critical mass and the ability to transform a certain organization from within once we have attained a certain number of participation. But it is important to understand also that the massive presence of women in a certain field of activity is sometimes seen as a déclassement, as Bourdieu would say, like I don't know how to say déclassement, like a fall in ranking, a downgrading of a certain position, which means that if we have more women in a certain field of activity, that field of activity will certainly lose its prestige. So if we have more women in education, like for instance in Morocco, primary education is massively feminized, so that sector of activity has been devalued in the market and it has lost its prestige. However, if we have a male-dominated sector of activity, that sector of activity keeps its prestige, and of course it's tends, as Bourdieu said, tends to protect itself, to barricade itself from the invasion of women. Bourdieu calls it limit the flow of female candidacy, to flood a certain field of activity. So sectors that are highly feminized have, in Morocco, like most places around the world, lost their value. For instance, the economy of care is based on this premise, is to understand, the importance, the added value of women in this field, and to encourage everyone to look differently at the activity of care, but not to see it as something with no value. So unemployment for women, for instance, in Morocco is really very high, and we have noticed, for instance, the difference between urban and rural areas, which is normal, you would say, because of lack of diversification of activity. But however, it's the opposite. We have 7 out of 10 women are unemployed. Women in the age of activity, 7 out of 10 are employed. So which means that only 3 women out of 10 are able to get a job. And the 3 women out of 10 in Morocco are able to get a job in the a job are mostly in the secteur économique non structuré, the economic sectors that are not structured, which means there is no protection, there is no retirement plan, there is absolutely no protection whatsoever. Article 346, for instance, of the labor law guarantees equal pay for women. But a study from the Ministry of Education itself, the Ministry of Employment itself, a study led a few years back, I believe 3 or 4 years back, states that there's a pay gap between men and women at an approximate 40% pay gap between men and women. This does not mean that it's only in the private sector, also in the public sector, where we have a standardized salary for both men and women. The variations, the disparity, in fact, is in the access to promotion. Women have the tendency to not to access quickly to promotions. They are kept back, they are delayed in their careers, which has an impact, an economic impact on the safety, the economic safety of women themselves and their families, therefore. So I want to go back to statistics about unemployment. If you do a quick research online about unemployment, as I said, 7 out of 10 are unemployed. But it says also that in the last 2 decades, the access, women's access to the job market has decreased significantly in the last 2 decades. And this is really troubling. It's not related much to the economic, context worldwide. It's true that there is a crisis, and I'm sure that the coronavirus will have an even drastic impact on the employment of women. But it's interesting to look at how the numbers keep falling down. And I will give you just a quick look. Well, we have women in urban areas are employed only at 18%, right? 18%, whereas in the rural area, 27%. So women have the tendency to find more jobs if they are unqualified, if they have absolutely no skills, rather than if they have skills or if they have had education or degrees. This will, of course, have an impact, a serious impact on the on different things. First of all, women, all the discourse about empowerment through education and also careers and also financial independence and such a kind of discourses will collapse in the imagination of little girls, because they will understand that there is no point in following education or pursuing education or working hard or anything. It's kind of discourage young girls and young women to have faith in education and also to dream of financial independence. As I said, the study from the ministry, not the ministry, but Conseil économique et social, l'autosaisine 24, points to 18% versus 27% in the rural area. The employment structure conceals multiple disparities exacerbated by the fluctuating economy and the place of residence. So as I said, more employment in rural areas, and especially the majority of female positions are in agriculture, fishing, and forestry. At a certain
could you wrap up in 1 minute?
Okay, just allow me quickly. Okay, a reminder, we were in terms of employment of women at 1.5 after independence in 1958, and we kept increasing until 2009 to 37.7%. Okay, 2009, 37.7%. And then we kept decreasing to what we are right now, 2016, at 18% in terms of women accessing the job market. Okay, so I want to go back quickly to women in academia, because this is a field I work in, and also this is a field I know very well, and the intricacies, of building alliances and so on and so forth. So I just want to say a few things. The first thing, since independence, We have almost 20 universities between independent, public and private universities, and we only had 3 female three female presidents of universities. So we're talking about the elite, and we're still unable to have a form of a presence, negotiated presence at a certain level, negotiated, because the nominations in high-ranking positions at the university are most of the time political nominations, and they, you know, anybody aspiring to such a nomination needs to build alliances. So there is a lot of discussions, negotiations, and so on and so forth. Now, what I am interested in is that there is a symbolic violence and a form of a hegemony within the university, within the academic level, that for me, to my appreciation, is extremely dangerous, because it encourages a fallback in terms of what we have gained as women in terms of rights. For instance, if we have less women in academia, less women visible in the job market, and less women in the media, and so on and so forth, we are there's a in déperdition. There's a tremendous loss of what we have built, both, you know, academics and also civil society, in terms of women's rights.
Thank you. Could you? Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna wrap up.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Last sentence, if you could.
Women in academia lose motivation and lose trust in their ability to ever attain in any decision-making positions. The assumptions that more men are chosen on the basis of meritocracy is irrefutable, because, you know, it's equal degree, equal training. Sometimes women have more and more qualifications than their male counterparts, but they fail to be appointed. One such study, for instance, if we look at what was done at the parliament, a study was conducted at the parliament that showed that women in the parliament have more training than men in the parliament, and that the at-tarh, as we say in Arabic, which is, you know, the theory or the hypothesis that women are less qualified than men, doesn't stand the role. I want to go to one last thing.
Could we leave that for the discussion? Could we leave that?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
sorry, just so that we don't lag behind for the other roundtable and the other speakers. I'm sorry for that. Right.
Okay, it's not a problem. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. It's okay.
Amel Boubekeur is our next speaker from Alger. A short introduction, allow me that. Boubekeur researches at l'École des Hautes Études en France, des Sciences Sociales in Paris. Her research focuses on Maghreb politics, democratization in the Arab world, Euro-Arab, US Arab relations, and Islam in Europe. She has been a research associate at Doha Institute for Graduate Studies and the Centers Jacques Berck, and she has been also a non-resident fellow at the German Institute for International and Security Affairs in Berlin, and a visiting fellow at the Brookings Doha Institute, and resident scholar at Carnegie Middle East Center in Beirut, and head of Islam and Europe program at the Center for European Policy Studies in Brussels. She's the author and the editor of a couple of books, Le Voile de la Mariée, and in 2004, Islam, the Challenge for Society and Public Policy, and Whatever Happened to the Islamists, besides various essays and articles. She'll be talking to us on the Algerian social protest. Please, the floor is yours. Amen.
Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you for your invitation. Thank you for the organization, and thank you to your team. Yes, I'm going to speak about, or to talk about Algeria. Actually, since I know that we have a lot of students, and I would try to make it quite clear and not to theorize that much, but still I would try to find commonalities with the Hirak movement, the Algerian Hirak movement that we have been experiencing for the past year, a bit more since February 2019. And because actually Algeria has always been a bit marginalized when it comes to social sciences. We always think that Algeria is such a specific case Then came the Hirak, and we were trying to make sense of it. A lot of questions arose. I mean, what is the Hirak? I mean, a bit of context maybe. As I told you, we had millions of people in the streets for more than a year. And then came the COVID crisis, and people from the Hirak between themselves on social networks during live and virtual discussions decided to put the demonstrations on hold. So we do not have, we have no demonstrations since mid-March. And the question now is really, should the Hirak resume its participation or its actions, and how, and specifically as adding to the COVID crisis, a strong repression is going on. So I was saying that in the field of social sciences, Algeria has always been a bit marginalized. The last time we raised questions around our parallels with Algeria was after the coup in Egypt, and we were thinking about how the military in Egypt could take over as the military in Algeria did in 1992. Although the two cases were quite different, but similarities are always actually linked to the Algeria so-called civil war and the Islamist experience, while a lot has happened actually for the past 20 years. So what is interesting in Algeria, as I said, a lot of questions are going on. What is the Hirak? Well, how it comes that millions of people were in the street and now no one is demonstrating anymore? Why has no leadership emerged? And there's a kind of paradigm that I would like to challenge when it comes to Algeria, but actually when it comes to Morocco and Tunisia as well, and certainly to Lebanon and Egypt and all the countries that have experienced social street protests. It's either a quite state-centric perspective, where we are asking about the solidity of the regime in power, and we are concluding about the success or the failure of that kind of revolution, of that kind of social massive protest movement, according to the fact that the regime in this country is in power. On the other hand, there's a very narrow, limited perspective that actually are focusing on, are the protests still going on or not? If the protests stop, that means that the revolution or the revolutionary state has not been reached yet, or the revolution has failed. So there's a lot of questions actually that we can actually how does a revolution end, or how may a revolution be successful, are old questions that social scientists have been asked, for example, for Iran, and some, between brackets, Iran is also a country case that have been somehow frozen in time, like Algeria, without taking or focusing on new elements and new developments. So what I would like to do in this presentation is to challenge a bit this the idea that either because we have a regime that is still in power, the revolution is unsuccessful, or because protests are going on and focusing only on protests, a lot of changes are occurring. So to start with my presentation, as I said, in Algeria we had, let's say, three main theories that may or that are trying to explain the success or the failure of revolutionary cyclic movement, because of course before the Hirak we also have a lot of uprisings at a different scale and in different forms. But since, let's say, the country independence in 1962, people have not stopped demonstrating and not stopped taking the streets and resisting. So we have the first, let's say, political science, transitional, transitology-oriented explanation. This puts the focus on kind of the nature of the Algerian political regime that would be a kind of semi-authoritarian regime. That means that it's not a full democracy, but at the same time, it's not a strong, violent, total authoritarian regime. And this explanation actually it offers as an explanation the fact that this is the ability of the Algerian regime to have made some concessions and at the same time some restrictions, like in 1988, the proclaiming or the fact that the state declared multipartism something efficient in Algeria, or that the fact that Boutkhil for the past 20 years, so the former Algerian president, used the money of the rent to redistribute money and then buy allegiances and so on. So these tools are considered as being semi-authoritarian or liberalized autocracies, linked to a kind of liberalized autocracies. And they are used to explain why a revolution or a global revolution has not taken place yet in Algeria. And these are questionings that we have heard a lot, especially after 2011, why Algeria has not been concerned by the Arab Spring waves and so on. The second explanation is much more linked to a kind of to the anthropology field and to the field of anthropology, and this explains that Algerians are actually resisting, but in a non-political way or in an anti-political way. They withdraw from any kind of formal politics. They boycott elections. They are much more focused on their daily life needs and also conducting a lot of riots, local riots that have mainly social economic demands and not political ones. And according to this anthropology-related theory, this is why the Algerian regime is still holding its grips on the state and society, and why people are not feeling the need to launch a global revolution. Then you have sociology, which have actually much more focused on the nature of the clientelist nature of the state, explaining again why this democratization of corruption in Algeria have allowed the Algerian leaders to stay in place, and and on the side of the protest, the deleting nature of the fact that individualization is something that should be understood as a result of post-war or post-civil war disappointment within the population, and that's how we can explain the current situation. Well, as far as I'm concerned, I think that the missing link here is much more, is very related to the concept of political culture. If you think about the situation again if you consider the regime maintenance as a sign that Algerians are not interested in politics, then I can say that Algerians are not interested in formal politics, but a lot of things have been going on, and the Hirak has been able to impose itself as a de facto competitor at various levels in the field of politics, as a de facto competitor to the regime. The Hirak has promoted new kind of discourses on the state, new kind of discourses on participation, on the role of women and so on. And the fact that the Hirak has not been able to impose itself in formal competition, because presidential elections still took place in December 2019, and Algeria had a de facto new president. Actually, the Hirak, if I can present it as a global actor, which it's not, has been able to deeply change both the political people of people who have chosen to protest and the political culture of the state. So how that? How come? First, the Hirak has created an autonomous political space where politics can be discussed without being related to the agenda of the regime. For the past 20 years, the regime has, I would say, polluted the political scene with a lot of discourses on the war of clans, on the need to protect the national features of the national identity, for example. So then you had people who were not interested anymore in who is actually ruling Algeria. Is it the president himself? Is it the secret services? And who were politicizing their social grievances, but not just in an usual way of saying that we need more money, we need more attention from the state, we need the localization of power, but in taking the street and saying this is because of my vulnerability as an individual, as a member of this collective symbolic protest that the Hirak is. I believe that I have myself a political discourse to put within and at the center of the civil sphere. So thinking about political change was very narrow and limited before the Hirak, and the Hirak has really opened a new way to think about this political change. If I take the example of revolutionary, for example, which is something very deeply rooted into the polity, the Algerian polity, the revolutionary legitimacy is really some kind of the main element of the foundation of the feeling to belong to the nation. Well, for a very long time, Algerians were fed up with discourses on the revolutionary legitimacy because they were hijacked by the regime and they were limited to the symbolic power of state institutions. What did the young people, some people have not even, of course, have not experienced the civil war, but not even more experienced the war of liberation, they actually created new lineages, new revolutionary lineages, saying that they had to finish what their elders started in 1954, when the official, which is the official start of the Algerian War of Independence, and they started to revive and to and to bring to life the heroes of the national war that have been forgotten or marginalized, for example. So they brought a new interpretation of, especially the Mujahidat, by the way, the Mujahidat who have been so marginalized after 1962, after the country's independence. Well, these young people were holding pictures of this Mujahidat, saying they are the revolution and this is the revolution we are going to follow. The Hirak has also brought a new kind of a way to coordinate. Of course, we know j'ai envie de dire la tarte à la crème, or the usual trap of experiencing or explaining this mass social movement only through Facebook and social networks, but of course they do play a role. But if you look at how it is translated on the ground, you will see that consensus of non-violence, which is also at the heart of the Hirak, and internal dissensus through open debates, such as, for example, the decision to put the demonstrations on hold and not to go on with demonstrations with the danger of the COVID and contagion in the country. And I will say that this acceptation of both consensuses and dissensuses by people who feel like they belong to the Hirak has made people able to transcend or to go beyond ideological divergences that have their roots within the formal or within the former political framework that Algerians with the Hirak have been rejecting. The Hirak also has brought the fact that it has debunked, and I think when it comes to political culture, it's a very important element. It has debunked the myth of an invincible military, especially after the experience of the civil war. Algerian started to think, or they have been helped to think. I mean, the regime has done everything to convince them that it was impossible for them to go back to the streets because it will lead to Kchaou, it will lead to fitna, it will lead to a new civil war, and so on. The fact that Algerians have been rejecting formal facade, or the facade of the facade of formal civil power incarnated by the president, and ask directly the military for reforms and for a transition, not going through the usual demands for a new parliamentary system, for the negotiations to new elections and so on, but actually ask the military directly for some reforms was an important change in political culture. As I said, I mentioned in the politicization of personal experience of injustice was a very strong element, and I think it has been too much marginalized in explanation of whole actually of all the street mobilizations or revolutionary movements that are countries in the MENA have been experienced so far. This politicization of personal experience of injustice have allowed people to come together, not as victims, but as people sharing something that I mean, to give you a concrete example, we had in the street both the mothers of the disappeared in the 90s, people who have disappeared because of security forces or Islamist exactions. We had the mother of Haragaz, so the illegal immigrants in the streets, asking for the same acknowledgement of personal injustice. So it's not a matter of belonging to a specific ideological current. It's not a matter of knowing how to be against the state in a very narrowed political way. It's really about avoiding the polarization that Algerians have well known in the 90s during the Soviet.
Could you conclude, please? Less than a minute.
Yeah, sure. So and the final important feature in this new political feature that I think will echo also in what's going on elsewhere, it's the notion of rupture. I have touched upon that during the presentation, but I think that the issue of participation, the issue of authority, the issue of leadership has been transformed by the idea that the Hirak is actually not a movement that is trying to take over the regime, because physically they have no means to do that, and they are quite realistic about it. But it's really trying to act as a parallel actor, and we have seen that. We have seen how, for example, people from the Hirak at the local way have drafted their own constitution against the project of the president to propose or to offer a new constitution as a way to wrap up the transition and to show that something is happening. So I think we should be very attentive to that. We should be attentive in our respective country on how revolutionary movement or the revolutionary potential of this movement does not disappear or does not fail because of the end of the protest or because of the maintenance of the regime, but there's some kind of in the middle observations that we have to make, and that will enrich the field of social science in the Maghreb. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Amel. And from Algeria, we go back to Tunisia. And now the floor is to Professor Mounir Kchaou, who will talk to us on the Tunisian case. And Professor Kchaou is an academic and researcher, a professor of higher education of philosophy at the University of Tunis. He specializes in Anglo-American political and moral philosophy. He has written several books, and including John Rawls in French, and he has translated important texts from contemporary political philosophers, like an introduction to contemporary political philosophy by Wilhelm Lika and Taking Rights Seriously by Donald Durkheim. Professor Kchaou, the floor is yours. Ustad Kchaou, الكلمة لك. شكرا لك. الأوديو من فضلك.
Thank you for your invitation, and thank you for Rizet civilization dialogue and the teams and the organizers of this colloquium. My talk will be about pluralism, populism, and the shaping of the political system in the Tunisian constitution of 2014. So we move from the question of gender and the question of equality, of gender equality and other issue and the revolution and the political turmoil that is prevailing in Algeria until now, to the question of democracy. This in phase of transition and in phase of consolidation. So the question of gender is linked to the question of political representation. But because when we speak about gender equality, we speak about this issue having voice, how to have a voice. And this raises the question of political representation and to have right to political representation. And so the political system and the quality of political system, the shaping of political system has an effect on the question of gender. So if we have, for example, in the electoral law, the rule of parity gender, this is important. And this is a great opportunity for women, for example, to have representation in the representative assembly, in parliament, and in representative assemblies, in municipality council, for example. And so they can advance a kind of politics that take in account the concern and the questions and the claim of gender. So this is important. The other point I would like to stress on is the relationship between pluralism, populism, and the political system. I will not dwell long on the question of populism. It will be in my text, in final text. But I would like to stress on this fact that populism is not welcoming, is not hospitable to pluralism. And so when they criticize the political system, they criticize political system because it makes room to a kind of pluralism. And when there is pluralism, there is a kind of division of the nation or division of the people. And populism has the project, as had been pointed out by many scholars and researchers, like, for example, Jan Moller or Rosan Valland or Kasmoud, that populism is seeking for a kind of unity of the people and unity of the nation. So populism is usually hostile to pluralism. So what I'd like to say that the actual, the current political system in Tunisia is more favorable and more welcoming to the pluralism. But when we think about political system, we have to take into account that political system is not only the design made by the constitution of political system. There is, on the other hand, and this aspect is important, there is another aspect of the design of political system or the shaping of political system that we find in electoral law and that we find in the way the representation of peoples is set up. So the other aspect, what is important, is the electoral system, and also what Giovanni Sartori has pointed out as important question for democracy, important issue in democracy, what we call the party system. So if we try to understand the political system, we have to take in account the three levels: the levels of constitution, the level of electoral system, and also the level of party system and the law that organize and reglement the functioning of political parties. So after this, I would like to say something about the pluralism and democracy. So democracy, in its loosely sense, it entails the possibility granted to the government to freely choose their rulers. This is only possible under condition of plural and diversified political supply. For this reason, the Democrats prize multiplicity and difference, while authoritarians value the unity of the community and the uniformity inside society. In modern democracy, pluralism can refers mainly to the multiplicity of interest groups. So if we have democracy and groups have not the right to represent themselves and to stand for advocating and defend their interest, so we cannot speak about democracy. So democracy suppose the role recognized and allow to groups' interest to represent themselves. It is also the plurality of political parties. It is also the recognition of the role of civil society and the plurality and multiplicity inside the civil society to action and to preserve the pluralism. It also means strengthening the political participation of citizens through the action of civil society. Civil society also play a major role in the check and counterpower on the public policies. This is important for democracy. And all this didn't prevail in Tunisia before the revolution of 2011. But we have to take in account also that pluralism should not be reduced to its political dimension. It also refers to other important dimensions, such as pluralism of value, as studied by Max Weber, for example, and what he called polytheism of gods and polytheism of value, and Isabelle Berlin in his seminal book for studies on liberty. It means also pluralism of culture, as explained and advocated on the normative level by multiculturalist theorists, as it can also refer to pluralism of the belief and the worldview. John Rawls, the contemporary American philosopher, has provided for us an appropriate formulation of the idea of pluralism of value and belief and drew out its political implication. He dubbed this kind of pluralism moral pluralism, in the sense of pluralism of conception of goods, of ways of life, and of the ideals of what it means to live or to lead a good and happy life. This pluralism became inescapable fact in modern and constitutional democracy. This is because constitutional and institutional protection of individual liberties and human rights in constitutional democracy allows people to exert their moral power, and notably the power to form a conception of good, to revise it, to give it up, and to opt for another one. Granted this protection by law, citizens in constitutional democracy came to see themselves, their roles, as self-authenticating source of valid claim. This is why in constitutional democracy, rules point out that when citizens convert from one religion to another or no longer affirm an established faith, they still have the same basic rights and duties. They own the same property and can make the same claim as before, except insofar as the claims were connected with their previous religious affiliation. End of quotation. So it is important to take into account the idea of what Rawls calls the moral pluralism. So pluralism and the design of political system. I'm not going to dwell on this issue of reasonable moral pluralism in modern and secularized society, and how can constitutional democracy accommodate themselves to its requirement. This is not my purpose here. Instead, my focus will be on the relationship between pluralism and the design of political system in Tunisia in a transitional democratic context. But before addressing this topic, I would like to make a few comments on the kind of pluralism which we are dealing with in this phase of development of democratic process in Tunisia. Tunisia is not yet a fully consolidated democracy, although it has made significant progress on the path supposed to lead it to this situation. Indeed, several provisions of the Constitution of 2014 have not yet been implemented, and many of the promises made to Tunisian people by the framers of this constitution remain unfulfilled until now. The most important or the most pressing, according to me, are two kinds. The first one is the appointment of the members of the Constitutional Court and its establishment of this Constitutional Court as a guarantor of rule of law and a bulwark against the tyranny of the majority and the rambling of populism. The second is the reform of the various laws currently in force, which are overtly in contradiction with the Constitution of 2014. Indeed, despite the modern inspiration and the liberal tendency of this constitution, Tunisians still suffer from ongoing abuses of the police and the arbitrary of the judges, because the law which contradict human rights and freedom guaranteed in the new constitution are available or in force. These laws, affecting different areas of public and private life, prevent the exercise of individual liberty and impose to the whole society an ideal of morality and public decency. As example, we can see some provision of the penal code which penalize obscenity, sexual intercourse outside marriage, prostitution, homosexuality, pornography, blasphemy, apostasy, or we may see also other provision inscribed in the commercial code that submit trade and consumption of alcohol to religious restriction. Other provisions of the constitution are not yet effective because they are in contradiction with existing law, such as those which guarantee the equality of all citizens in matters of duties and rights, regardless of their gender or religion or skin color, etc. Chapter 9 of the Personal Status Code, inspired by Muslim law, discriminates against women in matters of inheritance, while other provisions in the same code infringe on fundamental freedom, that of freely choosing a spouse, by prohibiting Muslim women to marry a non-Muslim. And the problems that the committee of experts in law, intellectuals, and academics, which members have been appointed by the former president of the Republic, this committee has suggested and submitted a set of amendments to legislation in order to bring the laws into conformity with the Constitution and the international treaties and convention which Tunisia is a signatory. But unfortunately, this report has not given rise until now to drafts of laws and legislative initiatives in order to amend the liberticide laws in force. And there is little chance with the conservative majority in parliament that the 2019 election have given rise, and the weakness of the liberal wing in the parliament to see the recommendation of this committee take the path of implementation. For this reason, and until now, we cannot speak in Tunisia of an hospitable context for a flourishing moral pluralism in the proper meaning that Rawls has devoted for this notion. One kind of pluralism is at stake in Tunisia. So the pluralism which is at stake into this phase of the democratic transition and of the development of the political process in Tunisia is only the political pluralism. The strengthening of this pluralism by the establishment of the institutions likely to protect it and the implementation of the provisions of the constitution related to individual freedoms will certainly pave the way to the development of a moral pluralism. The fate of democracy in Tunisia will, in my opinion, depend on its capacity in the coming years to preserve this political pluralism. And this is important and decisive for the development of democracy in the coming years. So the debate about the political system in Tunisia must not hide the real problem is about the implementation of this constitution, and the implementation of constitution requires to remove a set of laws that are in contradiction with the doctrine of human rights internationally recognized, and also of the provision of this constitution.
Perfect time. Good.
This time?
Yes, it is. I was waiting for you to end.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Professor Kchaou. And now we have a couple of questions in the chat, but I'll invite the people interested to talk. I have these people in this order: Bukhari, then Saole, then Firuz, and Zohra bin Lakhdar. Please use the camera or the audio at least. Did you hear me? Bukhari. If he left, then we go Saole, right?
Should I start now? Can you hear me?
Yes, please go.
Okay. So my question was to Professor Boutkhil. I want to ask about, first of all, I want to say that in Turkey, there is an Islamic feminist, and they are in between. There is a tension between Islamic feminists and secular feminists, because Islamic feminists are considered as not enough feminists because they are too religious, while Islamic ulemas, they are considering Islamic feminists as not religious, as reformists. That's why I want to ask a question. So Fatima Mernissi, she is from Morocco, and she was the pioneering Islamic feminist movement. I just want to ask, how is the situation in Morocco today between Islamic feminists and feminists? I mean, because in Turkey, for example, Hide Tuksal, she is kind of Turkish Fatima Mernissi in Turkey now, and she says that we do not feel support from feminism, from secular feminists, and there is a tension between them. And is it true for Morocco? That's my question. Thank you very much.
Good. Thank you. Bukhari? No. Firuz? Firuz? No. Zohra bin Lakhdar?
Oh, 1 second, I have to give her talking permission. Zahra?
No.
There's also Youssef Larzawi who has a question, and Mohammed Al.
Exactly. But I have order. Amina bin Bushana and Muhammad Fadel. He's in the list. I'll give you the floor. Bushana? No. Okay, I'll put the question of Iman Ghazal. You cannot unmute yourself, no?
Oh, wait. Okay. Yeah, Iman.
While they queue, I'll give the floor to Professor Fadel, please.
Okay, thank you. So I have a question for both Dr. Boutkhil and Dr. Kchaou. So for Dr. Soumia, my first question, well, it's actually two questions. I heard your presentation speaking largely to the economic questions or the economic impact of the marginalization of Moroccan women from the labor force. And it's very common to come across arguments saying that that the exclusion of women from the workforce undermines productivity and aggregate output, et cetera, et cetera. But I've always find these arguments to be quite, at the minimum, equivocal. Because if you look at a country like Egypt or my home country, if you look at a country like Morocco or my home country, Egypt, you have the labor market that is suffers from chronic unemployment, low wages, and very low demand for labor already. So what evidence is there that increased participation of women is going to increase aggregate output? Won't it just result in a replacement of workers? Now that could be perfectly fine, but it just means that the argument has to be different than something based on increased output. And the second question I had for you was, you mentioned how Morocco ranked relative to countries like Algeria and Tunis on some sort of international ranking system. It's not clear to me that this is a very helpful piece of data, because there are 200 countries in the world. And what you gave us was the ordinal rankings. What's really important is the absolute magnitude of difference in these different rankings. Like, I have a class with 100 students. The great majority of them, right, let's say from 30 to 170, the differences are going to be very minor. But if I have to rank them ordinally, it could look like there's a vast difference between 150 and 75, when in fact, the differences are very marginal. So I'd like to hear a little bit about the absolute differences. Then finally, for Professor Kchaou, I'm very interested in what you think the implications of Rawlsian political liberalism are for a country like Tunisia, in which there is moral unity as opposed to moral pluralism, right? Do we have a duty to create conditions of moral pluralism? I don't think there's anything in Rawls that says that, actually. What he says that, in fact, we live sociologically in a condition of reasonable moral pluralism in certain countries in the West. Therefore, we require these certain kinds of institutions. But what about society in which there's still moral unity? Now, I would say, for example, in the Islamic case, there's a very robust case for an intra-Islamic pluralism, right? Now, why should then I go, if I'm a Tunisian legislator, and say, what I need to protect also is a hypothetical moral pluralism that doesn't exist in my society, but one that exists in, let's say, the United States. So why do I need to draft a constitution for another society, basically, is my question.
Thank you very much. We go back to Firuz, please.
الو.
Yes.
الو دكتور محمد.
نعم تفضلي.
نعم، تحية طيبة. لدي سؤالان للدكتورة أمال. دكتورة، ألا تعتقدين أن الحراك الجزائري قد نجح في تغيير المشهد السياسي في الجزائر دون تغيير قواعد لعبته؟ أيضا، هل توافقينني الرأي على أن العامل الاقتصادي هو من سيكون محدداً لمآلات الوضع السياسي في الجزائر، خاصة مع نظام دأب على شراء السلم الاجتماعي بالريع البترولي مثلاً كما حدث خلال ما يسمى بالربيع العربي؟ عندما كانت الدولة يعني تغدق على المواطنين أموال كثيرة جدا. أيضا خاصة أننا رأينا أن رئيس الوزراء الجزائري الجديد عبد العزيز جراد قدم خطة عمل كانت في أساسها ترتكز على محاولة تنويع مصادر دخل الاقتصاد الجزائري، خاصة بعد هبوط أسعار النفط وتراجع الاحتياط النقدي للبلاد، خاصة فيما يخص العملة الصعبة. هذا بالنسبة لسؤالي للدكتورة سمية. بالنسبة أمال، الآن دكتورة سمية أتمنى يعني لو تزودنا الدكتورة ببعض الأسباب التي ساهمت في تراجع دور المرأة أو تراجع التمثيل النسوي في المغرب، خاصة فيما يتعلق بحيازتها على مناصب العمل. وشكرا لكم جزيلا.
شكرا. السؤال الأخير من زكريا from Zakaria Slimani, please. And then okay. Zakaria and then Yusuf, the last one. He is not here. Zakaria Slimani, or maybe he's not unmuted yet. Okay, Yusuf, please.
بالنسبة لسؤالي موجه إلى الأستاذة سمية. من خلال ورقتكم أشرتم إلى خط ناظم في هذه الورقة، ألا وهو كون النساء في المغرب محبطات نظرا لكونهن لم يتقلدن مناصب اتخاذ القرار، وأن هناك عنف رمزي ضدهن. هذه هي الفكرة المحورية التي تطرقتم إليها في ورقتكم أستاذتي الفاضلة. هذه الفكرة التي أشرتم إليها من خلال جرد أولي للنساء في المغرب، يمكن القول على أن مجموعة من النساء تقلدن مناصب حساسة داخل الدولة. من خلال هذه النقطة يمكن الإشارة إلى نساء تقلدن مناصب تابعة للدولة، لا نخص هنا بالوزيرات، بل نشير بشكل أساسي إلى سيدات تقلدن مناصب في مؤسسات موازية لها دور حاسم في اتخاذ القرارات. يمكن أن نشير مثلا هنا إلى السيدة أمينة المراني ولطيفة أخرباش التي تولت منصب رئيسة الهيئة العليا للسمع البصري. يمكن أن نشير هنا إلى السيدة زليخة نصري مستشارة الملك ودورها الفاعل في إقرار مدونة الأسرة وأيضا رسم الملامح الكبرى لسياسة التضامن. يمكن أن نشير إلى السيدة بن خضرة مديرة المكتب الوطني للهيدروكربورات والمعادن. يمكن الإشارة أيضا إلى السيدة، سؤال آخر، يمكن الإشارة إلى السيدة أسماء المرابط. هؤلاء النساء تقلدن مناصب تابعة إلى الدولة، وأيضا نجد نساء أخريات تقلدن مناصب غير تابعة للدولة ومناصب حاسمة لها دور في اتخاذ القرارات. مثلا نجد السيدة نادية ياسين التي اتخذت آخر نقطة سيدة حصاص، آخر نقطة، السيدة نادية ياسين التي كانت المشرفة على الدائرة النسائية للجامعة، خديجة الراضي، منيب وغير ذلك من النساء. وبالتالي يمكن القول على أن الصورة في المغرب ليست صورة قاتمة، بل هناك نوع من الإشعاع الذي يشير إلى أن الحركة النسائية في المغرب مناضلة، أو أنكم سيدتي لا تعتبرون هؤلاء النساء اللواتي تم ذكرهن يندرجن ضمن الحركة النسائية. وشكرا لكم أستاذتي.
Zakaria cannot because of voice problem, and we go back to Amina. The last question, please brief. Amina, تفضلي.
شكرا أستاذ. شكرا.
هاي أول، حبيت سؤالي أقدمه للأستاذ أمل فيما يتعلق بحالة الجزائر والحركة الاحتجاجية أو ما يسمى بالحراك الشعبي في الجزائر اللي انطلق منذ سنة 2019. أهم مشكل في نظري بالنسبة لهذه الحركة على غرار الدول المغاربية الأخرى هي أن هناك مشكل كبير في تمثيل الحراك الشعبي الجزائري، بالتالي لا توجد هناك علاقة تواصلية بين النظام السياسي والحراك الشعبي من جهة أخرى يبقى سؤال تاعي اللي أريد أن أقدمه هي قضية الدستور الجزائري الذي اقترح والذي قدم حاليا، أنه دائما هناك الإبقاء على طبيعة النظام السياسي كما هو ولا يوجد هناك تغيير، وبالتالي نرى أنه متطلبات الحراك لم يعني تتواجد في هذه الوثيقة اللي هي أهم وثيقة التي تضبط طبيعة النظام السياسي الجزائري. ونقطة أخرى من فضلكم هي طبيعة العلاقة بين المؤسسة العسكرية الجزائرية والمدنية، حيث نرى أنه دائما هناك تدخل من هذه الأخيرة في الحياة السياسية. وشكرا.
Thank you very much for the questions. There are some more, but we stop. We cannot more. We ask the speakers to have 2 minutes maximum for replies. We reverse the order. Professor Kchaou, then Amel, then Soumia. Right?
Soumia is having some technical issues, so we're trying to get her.
So we start with Professor Kchaou.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Mohammed Fadel, for his question. So, to answer to your question about moral unity in democracy, what Jean Rawls has in his seminal work has explained and has argued for, that we cannot guarantee for peoples a set of rights, a set of liberties, and after that we impede them to enjoy these rights. For example, in the Constitution of Tunisia, the right of the liberty of conscience is guaranteed. So we cannot guarantee this right and impede people to get out from their religion or to get out from their conception of good or the conception of good of their community and to follow another conception of good. So this is why in democracy, in constitutional democracy, people enjoy the right to have the right to be a source of valid claim and moral claim for roles. The other point, what is important, is the neutrality of the state toward conception of the goods in the constitutional democracy. So in constitutional democracy, democrats cannot use the state to enforce a conception of good. So this is why constitutional democracy or democracy leads inescapably, necessarily to plurality of conception of good. And we cannot maintain unity, moral unity, without resort to coercive method and coercive means of the state. And this is, in this situation, democratic regime move or become a kind of authoritarian and anti-democratic or dictatorship. And this is the issue of pluralism and moral pluralism and the unity or maintaining moral unity. We cannot maintain moral unity in democracy without resort to violence, without resort to coercive means and methods. And this is why the pluralism inescapably became a fact in democracy, in constitutional democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Amel, Dr. Amel Boubekeur.
Yes, thank you. Of course, as usual, when you talk about the hierarchy, a lot of questions on the representativeness, the political representation, the agenda of the regime has been overwhelmed or has overtaking over the people's demands are questions that are quite classical. I think that first, if I am to be full Chaldean at least once in my life, I think we should separate between the police and politics. And we should not take for granted the discourses of the Algerian regime when he talked about elections, constitutions, has a way to do politics. I think that Ferouz has, I think it's Ferouz who asked me the question, has underlined it quite well. Yes, the Hirak has been able to change politics without changing the rules of the official political game. And I think there are maybe two ideas that can help us to understand that. First, I think it's not only about reappropriating the police as to go back to the differentiation of the concept, the full Kadian differentiation between the police and the politics, but also to reappropriate state mechanisms of governmentality. And if we focus on the issue of governmentality, then we can find other ways that are already occurring on the ground to align between local and central politics. It's not only about participating to elections, being able to destitute a president or to marginalize or not to have any more military in power in Algeria, but it's also trying to understand how in their daily lives Algerians are able to reappropriate these concepts, these various concepts, and what governmentality means in Algeria. The second question, I think, was on the future of rent redistribution as a political tool in times of economic crisis. This is the second idea that I think could help us, is that, again, we should not take for granted the fact that the Algerian regime is a strong power without the intervention or the participation or the reinforcement of the people's polity. I think that if you look at what happened since the crisis of the COVID in Algeria, where there has been a total disengagement of the state, and so you're going to tell me, okay, how there's a total disengagement of the Algerian state while there's a lot of repression? I think we should differentiate between controlling a country and managing a country. So control is here, control of what is said in public discourses, control of official political activity, but managing the country is something that the Algerian regime, the civilian part of it, but also the military part of it, are not willing to do anymore. And this vacuum left by the disengagement of the regime from the state, because we have to separate, of course, between the regime and the state, this disengagement of the regime from the state and from mechanisms of governmentality is leaving room for new actors to emerge. And I'm not saying that these actors are all going to be democratic-oriented actors. I mean, we also may have a lot of populist actors who are going to emerge, and that's something that we have seen in Tunisia, for example, after the transition and the focus on the reinforcement by the parties of institutional. Yeah, I'm going to leave it here. Okay. Because Mohammed is doing me waving that I should leave it here. Okay, so I think it's quite clear.
Thank you very much. Please, Soumia Boutkhil, your 2 minutes are now.
Okay.
We lost you for some connection problems, but we collected the questions, maybe, or some of them.
Thank you. Yeah, I got them. I got them from the chat. Thank you very much. I would like to start, many remarks about the numbers. People are questioning the numbers, questioning also the fact that the presence of women in public sphere, I think, is confusing, interfering in the perception, really the perception of the role and also the participation of women in the economy. I want to go back to certain things. I will start with Abdel Ghani. Abdel Ghani said that he disagrees that women that the indicators are positive. The indicators, all the indicators are negative. And if you go back, for instance, you shouldn't be lured by the presence of women, as I said, in the public sphere. If you go back to statistics from the ministry itself, there was a movement called by women NGOs called Black Thursday, related to the nomination, the appointment of women in decision-making positions, whether it's by men or women. And because for weeks and weeks and months in row, we would have like 10 nominations of male, and after 3 or 4 weeks, we will have just one single appointment of one woman. There was a study by l'ADFM, l'Association démocratique des droits des femmes, where they pointed by numbers. I don't have the study, but I've watched the brief. But they showed by numbers, you know, the number of appointments of men versus the appointments of women. That's a fact. That's a number that we have and upon which we can build. Lamia Al-Ghaziewi said that I am depicting a negative image. I will answer in Arabic. Lamia Al-Ghaziewi, is it possible, Mr. Mohammed, to answer in Arabic? Okay, because he asked the question in Arabic. لا سي الغزيوي أنا ماشي كنرسم صورة قاتمة على النساء، على وضعية النساء في المغرب. إلا جينا نشوفوا مثلا غير ذكرتي بعض الأسماء اللي عندها قيمة كبيرة في الواقع المغربي، وأنا كنعتز بهذيك الأسماء. الناصري الله يرحمها، وأسماء المرابط ومنيب وأخريات. غير بغيت نذكرك بواحد الشيء آخر. وجود بعض الأقلية النساء ما كيعنيش بأننا حيدنا جميع التمييز ضد النساء. أنا نعطيك غير أرقام. 22 مستشار ملكي، كانت عندنا مستشارة وحدة الناصري الله يرحمها، وفاش توفت ما تمش تعويضها بامرأة، ما تمش تعويض ديالها. نعطيك شيء آخر، أكثر من 30 حزب سياسي عندنا امرأة وحدة كترأس الحزب السياسي، وفوق من هذا الشيء الحضور النساء في البرلمان، وفوق من هذا الشيء أنا نعطيك شيء أكبر من الشيء اللي قلتيه نتايا. يعني خصنا نشوفوا تحليل أكاديمي للواقع ديال المعاش ديال دوك النساء في هذيك المراكز، كيفاش بعدا وصلوا، وثانيا اشنا هي الصعوبات اللي كتواجههم. مثلا انا في البحث ديالي على النساء في الانجينيوري، في الهندسه، في الغابه، في الغابه، في النساء في الغابه، يعني women in forestry، عندنا عدد لا يستهان به نتاع النساء. ولكن منين كتشوف اشنو كيتقلدوا كمسؤوليه، كلهم كيتقلدوا مسؤوليه ديال المكتب، ما عندهمش، بحال تقول سون بلوكي في لاكارير، يعني ما عندهمش ديك الامكانيه ديال انهم يطلعوا المسؤوليه اكبر. عندنا في الجهات كامله عندنا يلاه امراه وحده هي اللي كترأس الغابه ديال في المنطقه ديال الجهه فاس، في حين السيكتور ديال الصيد البحري ديال لا بيش ماريتيم سي ان سيكتور presque à 80% féminisé. كنعتذر ما عرفتش منين جا الصوت. وهنا الا شفنا هذاك لو سيكتور بريسك زعما كبير بزاف في لا فيمينيزاسيون ديالو، الا شفنا شنو هما كيفاش نفسروها، يبان نفسروها بان سي ان سيكتور اللي ils ont fait appel les compétences، يعني تم اعطاء المناصب بناء على الكومبيتنس بالكومبيتنسي، يعني built on competency. وفاش حطينا معيار الكومبيتنسي كان بامكانهم انهم يوظفوا نساء. وسي ان سيكتور اوتمون فيمينيزي. عندنا انا نقدر نقول لك مثلا الانسان اللي كتهتم بالانفيرونمون، عندي روبروش، عندي واحد ما عرفتش كيفاش نقول روبروش، الكون ان مثلا لو بلان اليوتيس ما كنتفقش معاه بزاف، مي سي ان بلان presque à 70% féminisé. C'est un plan qui a été élaboré, conçu par من طرف النساء، اسمحوا لي، من طرف النساء في العالم، في scientific women whose competency allowed them, sorry for the Arabic, whose competency allowed them to elaborate Alioti's plan, which is one of the big projects in terms of economic development. then أمر إلى السؤال الآخر. I believe
من فضلك آخر نصف دقيقة ربما.
لا غير جوج الحوايج. مثلا الأخ فاضل طرح لي سؤال very important question, extremely important questions, you know, decision making. I agree if we look at it from maybe he said the market may be saturated. The market is not saturated. I'll give you again a few numbers. The public sector, we have a tremendous need of public servants. We have tremendous need. An example, every year, departures, retirements are not replaced in the public sector. For instance, in the education sector where I work, 11% every year of faculty retire and they're not replaced. Health regulation of the ministry. I looked at World Health Organization. The regulation is 23 doctors per 10,000 doctors, per 10,000 residents, inhabitants, but 23 doctors per 10,000. In Morocco, we are at 7.1 doctors per 10,000. And even the 7.1, we have tremendous waves of migration of doctors from Morocco elsewhere. So we need, there's a huge need in terms of employment, but I just cited justice, for instance. We know that the justice, last time I wasn't able to say it, but the justice in Morocco, the courts in Morocco are understaffed. One judge, rules approximately about 1,130 cases per year for one judge. The judges are overwhelmed by the number of cases, and this is because the courts are understaffed. In the public sector, we need more employment. So it's not the gender gap. One last thing, I promise it's one last thing. One last thing is why do we need those indicators? The indicators are built on 4 specific categories. The first one, participation and economic opportunities. Do we create opportunities? Do women participate in economy, and do we create opportunities for women? This is number one. The second one, the educational level. How many women are at school, and how long do they stay? And does the school lead them to the job market? And in the job market, are there possibilities for them to ascend, to pursue careers? The third one, health and survival. And the fourth one is political empowerment. So if you look at these in terms of how women in Morocco live and lead their lives within these parameters, you will find that the gender gap is really huge and it needs to be addressed. Certainly. One last thing, Zakaria Slimani said about COVID-19, there was absolutely no protection for women workers at COVID-19. And we know, and we have seen, and it's a pattern everywhere in developing countries, the feminization of poverty, and women are at the low ranking of protection. They are the ones who pay, and we have seen the numbers of women in accidents because of the way they travel from point A to point B while they work, and because of crowded transportation and so on and so forth. And I'm sorry for, I can answer also by email. Thank you very much, Si Mohammed, and I'm sorry.
Thank you very much to you and to the 3 panelists of this panel. It was rich, lots of questions. We have to conclude. We are sorry we are late for the next panel. We need 15 minutes break for everyone, for their coffee, for their time for change of the interpreters break. So please, 15 minutes and we resume. And thank you for your patience. I'm sorry for the delay. Thank you again, the panelists. Thank you very much. Professors Lisa Anderson and Sari, Hanafi, your patience, please. 15 minutes and we get back to you. Thank you.
Okay, great. محمد كتبت لك بأنه مع كل أسف عندي مشكلة بأنه أنا مشارك بندوي على محمود طه السوداني. فلازم أترك بحدود 9:15 أو شوي زيادة معلش. فإن شاء الله بس نخلص مشان الكوفيد، إذا فيني أحكي أول واحد، بدي أحكي 5 دقايق على الكوفيد 19.
اوكي
يعني غير التوك ما في راوند تيبل، فيا ريت أحكي أول واحد.
ماشي.
بكون لك من الشاكرين تخبر
ماشي
التشير.
أنا ماشي كنا نتمنى تطول معنا، ولكن أعرف تضارب هذه كنت أخبرتني ربما قبلا. نعم.
أنا آسف كثير. اوكي ماشي. على كل حال هلا تيك يور بريك 15 minutes. اهلا اهلا. مرحبا هالة.
مرحبا.
كيف الأحوال؟
ساري.
أهلا وسهلا.
انت كيف حالك يا دكتور ساري؟
أهلا أهلا محمد، كيف الأحوال؟
وحشتنا
والله مشتاق لك كثير.
ايه الأخبار؟
راح تطلع علينا على بيروت؟
الله يخليك، نفسي بس ما اظنش، احنا قاعدين هنا في كوفيد مش عارفين نتحرك.
لا طبعا ما حدا قدران يتحرك في الحقيقة. سررت كثير بالكومنت تبعك، يعني امبارح لسوء الحظ ما قدرت احضر التوك تبعك، بتمنى انه يحطوه اونلاين. هلا رح يكون مسجل، فينا نطلع عليه؟
اظن كل الجلسات متسجله.
كل الجلسات متسجله. كثير منيح.
اسف انا كنت طافي الفيديو.
اي
انتوا عندكم دوام في الاي يو بي ولا لا؟
لا انا بس انا الان تقريبا بيروت بتنقطع الكهرباء بين 12 ل 18 ساعه باليوم. ففي مشكله، فانا موجود بالجامعه. اتس مور ريلايبل الانترنت والكهرباء.
بس ما فيش تدريس خالص؟ ما فيش تدريس في الصيف؟
في تدريس بس انا ما بدرس بالصيف.
تدريس منزلي او
ما عدا اللاب الباقي كله اونلاين.
اوكي.
بس بالفل رح يصير غير هيك.
Hi, Mohammed.
Hello.
What time you start?
You're talking to me, right?
We start at 6:30 or later?
Yeah, I think we can start now. Hela Wartani is the chairing.
Okay.
And I take the occasion to greet Professor Liz Anderson. Hello. Good to have you. Great having you.
Nice to be with you.
Thank you.
Hello. Oh, good to see you, Lisa. Good to see you. How are
nice
you?
to be with you all.
Finally, never really real meetings. That's
I know.
Okay. So far, until perhaps next year.
Inshallah.
So far, Italy has prevented to fly Americans.
Well, we're not allowed to go anywhere now, and we don't deserve to go anywhere.
The European Union has closed. Italy has even a longer list after what we passed through. No, we don't want to see anyone.
But the US also closed the air service in March before informing anyone in Europe, right?
Yeah.
I am not responsible for American government policy.
At the same time, Britain has opened no more quarantine for British people in Europe and vice versa. So Mohammed, you can go to London whenever you like.
But unfortunately, London never had a quarantine like we did. They paid the price for that. So
maybe, Sophia, maybe we go?
Yes, I agree.
Yeah. The chair, تفضل.
Okay, good evening to everyone, and I want to say to everyone, welcome from Carthage. And I will speak in Arabic now. مساء الخير للجميع. وأنا أحدثكم من قصر بيت الحكمة مقر المجمع التونسي للعلوم والآداب والفنون ببيت الحكمة الذي كنا نتمنى أن نستضيفكم فيه واقعا لا افتراضا. فإنني أرحب بالجميع حاضرين محاضرين أساتذة وطلبة. اسمحوا لي أن ونحن نتحدث عن التعددية الثقافية في هذا المؤتمر أن أحدثكم شيئا ما عن فترات هامة في تاريخ هذا القصر يمكن أن تكون مدخلا لموضوع جلستنا هذا المساء. إذن بيت الحكمة كان شاهدا على عدة تحولات مفصلية في تاريخ تونس. ففنيا ونحن نتحدث في هذه الجلسة عن أثر الفن في دفع ثقافة التعددي. هذا القصر يشهد على تعددية فنية حضارية في تاريخ تونس، فيه اللمسة التونسية الأصيلة، فيه اللمسة الإيطالية، وفيه اللمسة الأندلسية. هذا القصر أيضا كان شاهدا على نوع من التعددية السياسية في تاريخ تونس، حيث شهد أولا إمضاء اتفاق الحكم الذاتي الاستقلال الذاتي عن فرنسا، كما أنه شهد الانتقال من النظام الملكي نظام البيات إلى النظام الجمهوري وترسيخ الدولة الوطنية التونسية. هذا القصر أيضا ونحن نتحدث عن قانون الميراث شهد أيضا ترسيخ حراكا اجتماعيا ترسخ فيه مجلة الأحوال الشخصية التي أمضيت في هذا القصر. إذن هذا القصر شاهد على التعددية، على حراك اجتماعي وعلى تعددية ثقافية اجتماعية سياسية. إذن هذا هو المدخل الذي أردت أن أبدأ به. وموضوع جلستنا اليوم هو دور العلوم الاجتماعية والفنون في دفع التعددية الثقافية، وستكون لنا في هذه الجلسة مداخلتان. أود أولا أن أرحب بالأستاذة ليزا أندرسون. هل لي أن أعرفها أن أقدمها؟ إذن أقدم الأستاذة باللغة الإنجليزية. Lisa Anderson is Special Lecturer and James T. Shotwell Professor of International Relations Emerita at the Columbia University School of International and Public Affairs. Dr. Anderson served as President of the American University in Cairo for 5 years from 2011 to 2060. Prior to her appointment as president, she was the university's provost, a position she had assumed in 2008. She is Dean Emerita of the School of International and Public Affairs at Columbia, where she led the school from 1997 to 2007. She was on the faculty of Columbia since 1986. Prior to her appointment as dean, she served as chair of the Political Science Department and director of Columbia's Middle East Institute. She held the Shotwell Chair in the Political Science Department. She has also taught the Princeton University's Woodrow Wilson School and in the Government and Social Studies Department at Harvard University. Dr. Anderson scholarly research has included work on state formation in the Middle East and North Africa, on regime change and democratization in developing countries, and on social science, academic research, and public policy, both in the United States and around the world. Among her books are The State and Social Transformation in Tunisia and Libya, 1830 to 1980, and Pursuing Truth, Exercising Power, Social Science, and Public Policy in the, I have a little problem.
21st century.
Yes. I have the paper now. She has also published numerous scholarly articles. Dr. Anderson is a trustee of the Aga Khan University, Tufts University, and the Hertie School of Governance in Berlin. She is a member emerita of the board of directors of Human Rights Watch, served as elected president of the Middle East Studies Association, and as a chair of board of the Social Science Research Council, a member of the American Academy of Arts and Science at the Council of Foreign Relations. She has received honorary degree from Monmouth University and the American University in Paris. Now I will give the floor to Ms. Anderson to talk about social science and truth, what make tolerance.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be with you. This panel is a little bit different from the others. Less about moral philosophy. I defer to my colleague Sari Hanafi on that score, but I'm very grateful for a chance to see and talk to colleagues from the region, particularly, of course, Sari, with whom I will be collaborating on some of the issues that I'm going to be discussing. And of course, everyone in Tunisia, where I very much wish we were right now. As we consider the values of this conference, the stated assumption that the, quote, challenge of cultural and political pluralism requires and merits renewed attention and repair, we're asked to embrace tenets that, as you all know, are often contested. Not everyone in the world agrees that pluralism and the tolerance that peaceable pluralist communities require is desirable, nor do those who do agree about what is intolerable, as some things obviously are. So I'm going to leave to the distinguished jurists and legal scholars and others who've had an moral philosophers who have discussed questions of public law and jurisprudence and how they might supply answers to those questions, to explore a narrower, but I think still significant set of rules and norms, those governing the establishment of truth, the production of knowledge, and the definition and dissemination of information. I am particularly concerned with university life and academic norms, and even more particularly with those devoted to the social sciences. But I'd like to start with a powerful parallel debate that has recently seized the American media establishment. Starting with the election of Donald Trump, American journalists have asked themselves how to report on a president who routinely lies and promulgates dangerous, racist, and certainly intolerant claims as a matter of course. Is it possible to report or characterize the president's statements accurately without either endorsing the ideas or criticizing the president? Does objectivity require or even permit neutral both sides reporting? Are there two sides to every story? Most of the mainstream media in the United States slowly concluded that it is not possible to be both accurate and neutral, and became increasingly emboldened to report that the president lies, not just mischaracterizes, and disseminates racist, not merely racially tinged, languages and images. The major social media outlets, such as Facebook and Twitter, did not at the time follow suit, claiming to be merely platforms, not publishers, and therefore without comparable responsibility for the content they disseminate. This debate was ongoing for some time, but it took a much more urgent turn as the video of the police murder of George Floyd went viral and struck a chord of discontent already fueled by the disproportionate impact of the COVID-19 virus on poor people of color, to revive and amplify the Black Lives Matter movement. Black journalists began to call out bias in the media, as Wesley Lowery did in the New York Times, and I quote him, "The mainstream media has allowed what it considers objective truth to be decided almost exclusively by white reporters and their mostly white bosses. And those selective truths have been calibrated to avoid offending the sensibilities of white readers. The views and inclinations of whiteness are accepted as the objective neutral." This time, both the mainstream media and the large social media companies seem to have taken the criticisms more seriously, not least because major advertisers began to boycott the social media platforms, notably Facebook, over concern about lenient policies on deception and dishonesty and on hate speech, including Facebook's permissive approach to posts by President Trump that many people deemed racist incitements to violence. Now, this media story is, as we say, a developing story, so we do not know how much impact the debate will have on the shape of news reporting and journalism. But I introduce it because I'd like to suggest that a comparable debate is long overdue in the social sciences. And until it is surfaced, social science will have little, if to nothing, to offer to those who wish to promote political compromise, social harmony, or pluralist tolerance. So this is a pretty radical claim, but let me try and make the case. I think there are several issues at hand. And by the way, just as a footnote to this, I had forgotten until I was introduced that I did teach at the Woodrow Wilson School at Princeton, whose name has just been removed from the university because Woodrow Wilson was a racist. Now, we know that the institutions that nourish and reproduce the social sciences, including the Woodrow Wilson School at Princeton, are by and large the product and in many ways still the preserve of white men. I will not rehearse the issues that attend diversifying the faculty and administrative leadership of universities of Europe and North America, nor the global disparities in resources and influence of those same universities. Institutional design and staffing clearly matter. Intolerant institutions run by intolerant people are unlikely to foster tolerance in their societies. What I'd like to emphasize, however, is more about the methods or practice of social science than about the individuals who are doing it or managing it or funding it. I'd like to suggest that, like journalism, legal investigation, research in artificial intelligence, and many other domains of inquiry, social science tends to take as the default unit of analysis a white man. There are three issues here: the privileging of the individual, the privileging of men, and the privileging of white, or in the global context, European and North American norms and cultures. The assumption that the individual is the building block of society and therefore of social science reflects the profound influence of the liberal European tradition of individualism, about which we have heard actually several times over the course of the last few days. Although, as Durkheim demonstrated about a century ago, many important social phenomena are not individual. And of course, many societies organize themselves around households or other basic units, suggesting that conducting surveys of opinion among individuals in these kind of contexts is rather like trying to study fish out of water. They exist, you can study them, but they're not alive. And even for those phenomena that can be disaggregated into component individuals, it cannot be assumed that all of the individuals are of equal importance or even conceive of themselves as equal or equivalent. It is probably still fair to say, and this refers to the preceding panel, that most men in the world today do not think women are their equals or their equivalents. Similarly, we know that there are disparities between the life chances of people who are and are not white, or are wealthy, or old, or male. In individual countries, say the United States or France, whites have far greater chances of being well-educated, of accumulating wealth, and of surviving the coronavirus than non-whites. Replace white with European and North American, and non-white with former imperial possessions, and the same is true globally, of course. Nonetheless, survey research about public opinion typically weighs all respondents as if they were interchangeable, albeit with varying measurable attributes. This ideological translation of one man, one vote, one respondent, one opinion is deliberately, but I argue damagingly naive. What is known as intersectionality, that is, the interaction of our multiple identities, is poorly incorporated into studies designed to highlight one or another trait, particularly when they interact so as to amplify the legacies of past injustice in sustaining and compounding inequality. Individual identities are never unidimensional, and it is a distortion of human experience to hold constant some elements of that experience in order to measure others. Unexamined methodological individualism warps our understanding of social beings and social interactions. Similarly, there is a presentist bias in most social science that obscures the long shadow of the past and makes the study of change hesitant and awkward. This wasn't always true social science, of course. There were many times in the past when change was, in fact, what we were trying to understand. But today, there is little or no history in most social science, except in path dependence, that is, the past understood as constraining present-day decision-making, again, by individuals. And this means that the variegated shadows of history, which empower whole classes and communities, shape manners and morals, and of course, determine life chances, if not outcomes, are held constant as researchers discover as naive empiricists who is powerful, for example, and what beliefs they hold. This deliberate naivete, empiricism in that meaning, is a social scientific counterpart of the journalist's objectivity. It privileges a method of analysis that is fundamentally grounded in the status quo, and the status quo in turn privileges, well, the privileged and their norms and practices. As Lowry put it of journalism, the American view from nowhere, objectivity obsessed, both sides journalism is a failed experiment. We need to fundamentally reset the norms of our field. The old way must go. We need to rebuild our industry as one that operates from a place of moral clarity. Similar calls are beginning to filter into academic discussions. One member of the faculty at the London School of Economics, I believe, has argued that universities must confront several issues in addressing racism. I will argue that they should also be a focus of debate and reform in the practice, the very methods of social science. In addition to taking seriously the neglect of intersectionality and the presentist bias that I've described already, social scientists should consider their positionality, that is, acknowledge the historical legacies that put them in the position to do the kind of work that they do. This is relatively well developed in anthropology. In fairness, anthropologists have thought about their position as they conduct research for a long time, and it's beginning to appear in some parts of political science. I mentioned just two, both from the field of international relations. Robert Vitalis's work on the influence of racism and imperialism in shaping the development of diplomatic history and international relations in the American Academy, and the critique of methodological nationalism, the assumption that European-style nation-state is the natural social and political form of the modern world, that had been popularized in Middle East studies by Adam Henya. Obviously, Eurocentric curricula do not enhance the diverse perspectives, what kinds of agendas, aspirations, and problems would drive research and knowledge production if scholars in Karachi or Kampala or Quito, or for that matter, Tunis, were writing the proposals and providing the funding and developing the theory. In the absence of these kinds of reforms, I fear that the practice of social science will look like old school journalism, run by and for the already powerful, teaching tolerance as tokenism, and failing to actually reflect the societies they are charged with understanding. If that happens, the production of knowledge, like news reporting, is likely to escape the legacy institutions, universities rather than newspapers, and the value of those institutions in certifying reliable knowledge will disappear. Our search for truth requires more than replicable data. It requires moral clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. شكرا للأستاذة أندرسون على هذه المداخلة القيمة التي بيّنت لنا العلاقة بين العلوم الاجتماعية والحقيقة وكيف يمكن للعلوم الاجتماعية أن تعزز التسامح من خلال نماذج متعددة قد ذكرتها لنا. الآن أعطي الكلمة للأستاذ ساري حنفي، ولكن بعد أن أقدمه ليحدثنا عن شيء أثير بالنسبة لي في التجربة التونسية، ألا وهو المساواة في الميراث. إذن Sari Hanafi is currently a professor of sociology at the American University of Beirut and editor of إضافات, the Arab Journal of Sociology in Arabic and chair of Islamic Studies program. He is the president of the International Socio-Political Association and previously its vice president and member of its executive committee. Recently, he created the portal for social impact of science research in on the Arab world, Athar. He was the vice president of the board of the Arab Council of Social Science. He holds a PhD in sociology from the École des Hautes Études en Sciences Sociales Paris, School of Advanced Studies in the Social Sciences. He has also served as a visiting professor fellow at the University of Poitiers and Migranter and the Fondation Maison des Sciences de l'Homme France, University of Bologna and Ravenna, Italy, Michelson Institute, Bergen, Norway, Doha Institute for Graduate Studies. Hanafi was also a former senior researcher at the Cairo-based French Research Center, Centre d'études et de documentation économique, juridique et sociale. He is the author of numerous journal articles and book chapters on the sociology of religion, sociology of forced migration, politics and scientific research, civil society, elite formation and transactional justice. Among his recent books are North's Prediction in the Arab World, The Impossible Promise, From Relief and Works to Human Development, The Power of Exclusive Exclusion, Anatomy of Israeli Rule in the Occupied Palestinian Territories, The Emergence of a Palestinian Globalized Elite, Donor International Globalization and Local NGOs, Pouvoir et Association dans le monde arabe. He is the winner of 2014 Abdel Hamid Shuman Award and 2015 Kuwait Award for Social Science. In 1990, he was awarded a honorary doctorate, Doctor Honoris Causa, of the National University of San Marcos, the first and the leading university in Lima, Peru. Now I will give the floor to Mr. Sari Hanafi. He will talk about gender equality in the inheritance debate in Tunisia and the formation of the non-authoritarian.
No. It's not what. No, it's social science and moral philosophy.
Okay, sorry, social science.
This was my topic for the summer school, not for this. Thank you so much, Hala, for your generous introduction.
Sorry.
I would like to go quickly in order to have some few minutes of Q&A, hopefully. So what I will try to talk very briefly about 3 points. The disenchantment of a moment of the social science, and then I dare to call to show you re-enchantment of social science, and then I have a proposition or hypothesis of anti-authoritarian social science, and I will explain this. Okay, so first of all, I think social science, the disenchantment moment, the most important maybe is Max Weber one, where he defined the meaning of disenchantment is emphasizing rationality and rationalization, denuding culture, society, and politics of an interest in moral sensibility. So this translated into methodologically emphasis on objectivity, restricted practitioner ethical commitments. This also armed by theoretical concern with the cultural relativism, soft one, that encourage a moral disregard for evil, harm, suffering, and injustice as a morally absolute categories. and also a value orientation that favored technological and scientific mentality over moral sensibility. So, just let's take the text of Max Weber, Sociology as a Vocation, that he pronounced in front of a huge amphitheater in 1920. So, if I can summarize it to you, I will summarize it to you with these major messages: is don't do science. This is what Weber said to students. Don't do science if you want to find the way to God, the meaning of life, or a source of personal happiness. Don't do science if you want to produce useful goods or processes. Don't do science if you think it is a comfortable career choice. I mean, I mean, it's amazing how true now coming from Lebanon. Don't do science if you want to become rich. My salary now is less than $1,000 in the new exchange rate. If you cannot face the risk of having your merits neglected, don't do science thinking that your personality will get you anywhere in science. Don't do science if you think that your contributions will secure personal fame or even survive very long. Okay, so this is how really Max Weber conceived sociology as a vocation, recognition of a logical distinction between knowledge of what is and knowledge of what should be. I think what he produced to us is sociology of vocation and not sociology as a vocation, because I do agree with Michael Barawi that in fact it's science objective nowadays aims are different. There is a different type of scientific activities. There is one with instrumental rationality and scientific orientation. When you have the research projects per se as such, but you have the value rationality injected when you do critical social science. You will have a political orientation when you think in terms of policy or in terms of public awareness. So there is internal tensions defining sociology as a vocation and cannot be reduced at all what Max Weber proposed to us. So actually, in the last 10 years or 15 years, I would say, and I love a book I read of Joseph Semica, Christianity and Social and Sociological Theory, where I agree with him about the re-enchantment of social science. And this re-enchantment is related to our late modernity. And there is a political economy of this moral sensibility. If we take the work of Bauman about the human consequences of globalization, the lived experience of globalization is not anymore opportunity and hope, but also fear, anxiety, suffering, hate, and genocidal othering. If we take Marie Kaldur's work on a new war about the violence in this, I grew up in Syria. I see in front of me 1 million Syrian less in the last 8 years. Is so genocidal process, mainly committed by the regime, but not only. Also, if we see the collapse between the public and the private distinction, what Lisa Anderson talked about the Trump tweets is done while he is at home, but it's spread over the public. So is it that what we say in French, parler avec le tribe. Usually we do it in the private sphere. Now we can, it's almost public. But also the fear of the enemy within is matched with the feeling of moral responsibility to stranger, and what Luc Boltanski called the distant suffering. It means that we love refugees, foreigner, as far as they are far of our borders, and we will pay for them, and we will cry in front of our TV. But in the same time, once they are very close, we develop a moral innervations. So if you like, with Jean Brouwer, I agree that we have late modernity produced both moral sensibility, but also moral innervation as a parallel processes. So you have an increase of moral sensibility to suffering, harm, human consequences, and social condition, but increase of moral innervation and degradation of our relation to enemies. So, as I said, we in the same time we have an emotional empathy toward people, but in the same time we keep a boundaries that they don't become close to us. And of course the work of Charles Taylor on culture of authenticity, I mean, express extremely well this. So having said that, in fact, social science started to share more the discussion on moral sensibility like other disciplines: theology, climate scientists, philosophers, oceanographers, humanities scholar, and so on. So now what for a long time social science has put emphasis in a human being as a homo economicus. And I think I like a lot the work of the whole convivialist group in France, Alain Caillé, and I am part of them. I'm part of the anti-utilitarian group, that they develop a better hypothesis to understand the human behavior. So we push the anti-utilitarian hypothesis, where the desire of human beings to be valued as a givers means that our relationships are not solely based on interest alone, but in pleasure, moral duty, and spontaneity. Here, the gift, in Marcel Mauss meaning, of course, only takes on its full sense when understood as a means, performer, and symbol of public and private recognition. So if you like, it's an invitation to rethink the construction of otherness, not only with regard to who is perceived as the adversary and why that may be, but with regards to how we care about the other. Here, a serious ethical discussion could tame the pursuit of our own self-interest. This is the sense of Boubekeur's aphorism, beautiful aphorism, saying the aim of living the good life, the aim of living the good life with and for others in just institutions. So it's a very condensated. So it's we don't only live with the other. It means that I cannot be satisfy food, housing, and the homeless next to me, but for the other. It means that really this like Levinas, the self is defined by the face, by the relationship when we look to the other. So if you like, it's a kind of a ethics of love, hospitality, care, and solitude with and for other, of course, in always in the line with with the institutional framework, democracy, pluralism, and things like that. So this cannot work without social justice and democracy. So so here where I think the manifesto of convivialism that I am one of the signatory of this manifesto, we try to ask to say that social science cannot work without commitment, the notion of commitment, and we push people toward otherness. So we have a mission. We should not leave this mission to Friday sermon preachers. This is also our duty as academics to also to inject always a utopia, a real utopia. It's not a utopia just very idealistic that will orient our work. It's if it cannot be realized, it can orient our work. So simply, I think we need our modernity went so far with imbalance between freedom and responsibility, and I think I see how important now more and more the notion of responsibility. If you see the work of Nasif Nassar, if you see the work the Lebanese philosopher Taha Abdel Rahman in Morocco and others, I think now I feel for the first time there is awareness that things we need to play a role as a social scientist, that historically we were too positivist to do it. I stop here.
شكرا للدكتور ساري على هذه المداخلة حول العلوم الاجتماعية التي بثت فينا روح التفاؤل في هذا الجو الذي يبدو مضطربا نوعا ما مع الظروف العالمية الحالية، بدفع العلوم الاجتماعية أكثر في اتجاه المسؤولية المجتمعية، الالتزام الأخلاقي، الحساسية الأخلاقية. إذن مقاربة تدفع أكثر وتعزز دور العلوم الاجتماعية في واقعنا الحاضر. Thank you دكتور ساري. الآن إن كان هنالك أسئلة. إذن who want to ask question for Dr. Lisa or Dr. Sari?
Is Professor Kchaou?
Okay.
Hi, thank you very much. A question to both of you. How does this moral clarity that Professor Anderson talked about and the commitment that Sari so powerfully defended, how does it translate in our, say, academic institutions, or in a, you are editing Idafat, Sari, does this reflect in the way you welcome topics, or, and how does this translate concretely? Thank you.
Hala, should we wait for other questions, or?
Okay, we will wait for other questions after you will answer. Okay, we have Ismaili Luragli. He raised his hand.
سلام أستاذ حنفي. لم تتح لي الفرصة أن أسألك في المدرسة الصيفية، هنا اتيحت لي اليوم الفرصة. بالنسبة لعلوم الاجتماع، هي علوم جد مهمة، خصوصا في الوضعية الراهنة الآن لكوفيد 19. قد أتشاطر معك الرأي في أهميتها و the development of this science. لكن في المغرب هناك بعض، لن أقول تناقض، ولكن هنا في المغرب هناك خلط ما بين علوم الاجتماع والعلوم وعلم النفس، لأن علم النفس في المغرب يدرس في كلية الآداب، وهناك خلط ما بين العلوم الاجتماعية وعلم النفس. لهذا لا نرى أن في المغرب هناك دراسات مهمة أو توجيهات مهمة لما يشهده الشارع المغربي مؤخرا من أحداث، أو توجيهات للدولة أو دق ناقوس الخطر بالنسبة ما يعانيه الشباب وبعض فئات من المجتمع. إذن هل العلوم الاجتماعية وحدها هي وسيلة لتنمية المجتمعات العربية بصفة عامة، بحيث أنها كلها تنتمي لدول ما يسمى بدول العالم الثالث، وهل يجب أن نعتمد عليها وحدها فقط؟ شكرا أستاذ.
شكرا. إذا لدي سؤال. Mr. Richard Capito will ask a question now. Mr. Richard. You are here?
Oh, sorry, 1 second. I have to give him authorization. Okay. So now he should be able to talk.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Richard.
Hi. My question, I guess, is to both of you. I submitted it earlier. It really has to do with Debora and his notions of value neutrality versus value laden when he talked about political science as a vocation. And that distinction, I think, preserves objectivity. So I'm wondering if either or both of you can respond to that. Is that a useful distinction? To determine some notion of not having values imposed upon the research that we do.
Can hear Mr. Richard?
Am I clear?
I don't. Okay.
So you could not hear me?
No.
There is a problem. Huh?
Yeah. Hala, with your permission, I read his question because we cannot hear him.
Okay.
Okay.
To Professor Anderson. Please comment on the merits, if any, of Weber's distinction between value neutrality and value-laden approaches to social inquiry regarding the possibility of objectivity in the social sciences.
Okay, thank you, Mohammed. Now we will listen to Tahsin Nizar. He will ask a question. Tahsin?
I also have to. Okay, now Tizine should be able to ask.
Okay. Tahsin?
All right, I have actually written this question in the comment section, but I would just repeat it anyway. So thank you very much, all the panelists, for having presented excellent point of views. My question is directed towards Sari Hanafi. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, go ahead.
All right, so my question is directed to Sari Hanafi, and it is that how can we address the question of the might being right and the issue of power politics in the discourse on morality? The entire system, I think, is constructed in very traditional concept of power. So I would just like to have your take on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There is Shauna Rodriguez. He wants to ask.
Yes, thank you so much for this panel. And
My question is about how we can think multidisciplinarily. And often in, at least, you know, in transatlantic world, multidisciplinary spaces have been spaces of area studies, which is also shaped by the politics of you know, American neoliberalism, for example. And, you know, ways out of this or critiques out of these area study spaces have demanded that we study ideas in the vernacular or in, you know, in languages that are not English specific. Is that the route ahead? Or if we want to go ahead thinking about trans-regional studies or getting out of methodological nationalism, is there another way that we can forge? Thank you.
Thank you. A question from Zakaria Slimani. Go ahead, Zakaria. Or Zakarina? Zakaria or Zakarina?
I think you wrote it down.
Okay.
So, if you want, I can read it. It's to Dr. Lisa Anderson. Is it true that social sciences contributed to the narrowing of cultural pluralism, especially if we look at the social theories that called for the sanctification of the Aryan race? Mm-hmm. And then I don't know if you want to take some more questions.
There is a question from Muhammad Al-Ferm. Don't know. You want to ask?
Hello.
Hello.
Do you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
My question is to all the panelists who have had an experience working or researching in Arab countries before. So it's known for a fact that these countries, and especially North African countries, do not encourage scientific research, something that we can conclude from the fact that there are only few research centers and people or academians have to go or to publish through universities. So taking into consideration the works of Gramsci on hegemony, to what extent these Arab academic institutions have been successful to produce what Gramsci calls organic intellectuals. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We can have other question or not?
Mohammed, what do you think? Asas?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I think it's enough. Yeah, so that we can have time for the other panel.
Okay. Now it's the time to our professor to answer to the question. Okay. Dr. Sari?
We can't hear you.
Dr. Sari? Dr. Lisa, you can...
Yeah.
Here he is.
Okay.
Here he is.
Okay, you can answer the question now.
You want me to? Okay. So.
Okay.
Thank you so much for all these questions. I mean, really, it's amazingly good. Maybe I will not take them in order, but look, Elizabeth Kassab question is really in the heart of why I want to connect social science with moral philosophy, because I think I feel more and more academia is commodified, that university is disconnected from its society. I wrote once an article which translated into 8 languages called Publish Locally and Perish Globally versus Publish Globally and Perish Locally. So if you like, the whole economy of promotion and recruitment at the university is absolutely as to not only disregard commitment, but vilify it. if you like, if in my field work, when people say they remove their activism from their CV, and when they submit their CV for promotion, not to show their peers that they are doing research, doing activities outside of the campus. So if you like, commitment mean really to redress this promotion criteria. Commitment means that we need, as faculty, when we do criticism, that we consider criticism not for the sake of a criticism, but a criticism for constructing a dialogue. I think this is something extremely important. I don't know if you know American philosopher. He's a Jesuit, Ong. I forgot his first name. That he wrote something about criticism for dialogue. And I think our commitment to our society, that when we shape, when we present our work, that we think how this we will push toward dialogue. And this leads me to the question of where I see power politics in this moralist discourse I am carrying out now. Yes, absolutely. Actually, power politics is always very important to be addressed, but what the connection between social science and moral philosophy is not to be satisfied with the discourse of rights, but to think in terms of duties, in terms of moral moral judgment. If you like, I am doing a research on the Palestinian discourse against Israeli colonialism. Myself, I am Palestinian. I felt that there is very little work to question the Israelis morally, and not only to say, look, we have 242 that is violated, the UN resolution and things like that. So the whole right discourse become sometimes an arm instead of an moral argument, and a weapon. This is what I want to say: a weapon carried often by the strong against the weak. So if you like, we need we become so lazy not to carry out a moral discussion. That is much easier with Foucaultian analysis of power to set what is structural, and if you like, to set what is my right, what is his right, and that is. So my discourse is to go beyond the way we look to the power politics, if you like. Now, there is a question about whether the disenchantment of Max Weber was against to restrain the religion power, and I think this is absolutely true. Actually, I am, if you like, I do understand Max Weber in the 20s, where the Nazi regime in that times was infringing into academia and university, and Max Weber wanted to protect the campus against this authoritarian regime. So I do understand Weber in that time, maybe that the church also wanted to interfere in the science. So my claim is not necessarily against Weber, but against how we use Weber nowadays to entrench ourselves in a positivism that for me is unacceptable. So now it's the whole my presentation for the summer schools to show, for instance, that the debate in Tunisia about the inheritance, the gender equality of inheritance, show clearly that it's not anymore a religious group use religious argument. They don't say Al-Quran says and full stop. No, they use sociological one. They use legal one. So more and more these boundaries between what is religion, science, society, even nature, if you like, all it's blurred in our modernities, and we cannot anymore use Jean Rawls' schema saying no religious argument outside, inside of the public spheres. So if you like, now the relationship between religion, I mean, religion with its theology introduce much of philosophy and science. So if you like, yes, there is a way of keeping boundaries, but there is a way of thinking about some connections, if you like. So I am not, the discourse, the classical discourse to say, remove your argument outside of the university, outside of the public spheres, doesn't have much meanings. And maybe I will not dwell so much, but let me also tackle with the question of Weber and axiological neutrality. Actually, the word in Germany is Wertfreiheit, and unhappily translated as a freedom from values, or neutrality, axiologique. This is the first translation, was apparently in French, but it means non-imposition of values. It means even Max Weber actually doesn't mean that science will be value free, but this is how the positivists understand it. And I think my whole work nowadays to use Weber against Weber. It means that the whole sophisticated discussion between ethics of conviction and ethics of responsibility that Max Weber say, this is for politicians, I will say, look, Max Weber, this is also for academics. Academics, when we conduct research, there is a very positivist moment. Yes, there is a way of conducting professionally our research, but there is a moment where it's a very normative. This is where we think about the consequences of the research we do, how we engage with the public. We will values will compete. We need to think how we hierarchy between them in a certain moment, and so on. I will stop here.
Thank you, Dr. Sari. Dr. Lisa Anderson.
Thank you very much. I completely agree with everything that Dr. Sari said, so I won't restate it. And I'm glad that he got the answer on Weber out of the way, because he's better at that than I am. I sort of want to make a sort of combined answer to a number of these questions. It really does get back to Elizabeth Kchaou's, how does moral clarity translate into the way we pursue social science or be academics? And like to get back then to the question of multidisciplinarity and the fact that area studies had been a way of managing that, except of course it was colored by the interests of great powers. And I think really we need to be thinking about how we identify what we're studying. So still to this day, we take the nation state as the sort of default unit of analysis in political science, for example. And a little bit areas, and it's not clear what these areas are anymore. It's not clear that the nation state is particularly powerful any longer. And I have partly facetiously, but obviously not entirely, suggested that we really ought to be looking at class again, and that there is a global class, which I've called the people of Davos, that is to say the sort of World Economic Forum leader, you know, the people, and they convey that they're the leaders, they're where all of the powerful people want to be seen and so forth. And I think a lot of the social science that's done these days is really the sort of ideological armature of that class, and is designed to convey some of the messages about the importance of what they do as opposed to the importance of what everybody else does. So we have a lot of social science in economics on finance, because the finance people are the people running the world right now. I'd like to suggest that we think about what we're selecting to do research about in a sort of refreshed way, that we don't have to just look at what nation states, just because the UN and the IMF and the World Bank collect national data doesn't mean we can't think about data in different ways, that we can't think across boundaries, that we can't think about relationships that are not part of our received infrastructure. So I think intellectually, I think we have a fair amount of work to do. And some of that should be, I think, quite exciting, but I do think that it's hard because there is a sort of hegemony of the academic elites insofar as they are linked to the economic and political elites of the world. So that's a piece of it. And then I think it also is in practice in how we train the next generation of students, how we collaborate. This is this project that Sari and I are working on together on research ethics, how we conduct research, what kinds of relationships collaborators ought to have, what sorts of choices people make about what research they do, what journals should be obliged to expect of people who submit certain kinds of articles and research projects and so forth. So I think there are actually things we could do that could begin to reframe the fact that academics have responsibilities to themselves, to their students, to their research subjects, to their audiences, to their employers, to everyone. And those responsibilities really need to be much more articulate, much more self-conscious, and much better understood by all involved. And were that to happen, I think that would be good for the practice of social science, and I think it would be good for the world. Thank you.
إذا في نهاية هذه الجلسة التي قدم لنا فيها الأستاذان مداخلات مثرية وما تلاها من نقاش مثمر، أود أن أشكر الجميع على ما قدموه في هذه الأمسية، ويبدو أننا سننتقل إلى المائدة المستديرة. إذن شكرا للجميع. إذن في انتظار أن يكون لنا لقاء آخر في السنة القادمة.
شكرا جزيلا. هلا شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا. إذن شكرا للجميع.
Thank you, Hala.
Thank you.
Thank you to you.
Thank you.
So thank you, Professor Wertani, Professor Anderson, and Professor Hanafi. It was such a rich panel.
Yeah.
And now, so we are concluding our panel 3 and our second session and entering the Carthage 2020 Roundtable. I apologize personally because we are very late, but Of course, it is for a good reason. We had such an intense and dense interaction and so many questions, so it is very positive. And let me introduce, first of all, the main topic, so COVID-19 crisis and reflections on the digital world, religion, liberties, and state surveillance. Our audience already know all the panelists except for Professor Nader Hashemi. I will read his bio. Professor Hashemi is the director of the Center for Middle East Studies and an associate professor of Middle East and Islamic politics at the Joseph Korbel School of International Studies at the University of Denver. He is author of Islam, Secularism, and Liberal Democracy, Toward a Democratic Theory for Muslim Societies, and co-editor of The People Reloaded, The Green Movement, and the Struggle for Iran's Future, The Syria Dilemma and Sectarianization, Mapping the New Politics of the Middle East, is frequently interviewed by mainstream media like CNN, Al Jazeera, Pacifica Radio, and the BBC. And his writings have appeared in the New York Times, Newsweek, Wall Street Journal, Al Jazeera Online, CNN, among other media outlets. Yes. And let me introduce as well Professor.
Yeah, we're gonna go.
Okay.
Okay, Professor Meloni, I see you as well. Professor Alberto Meloni.
Okay.
Professor Meloni is joining us today in the roundtable.
Hello. Good to see
you. Professor Meloni is the Secretary of Foundation for Religious Studies of Bologna in Italy, full professor at the University of Modena Reggio Emilia, and chairholder of the UNESCO Chair on Religious Pluralism and Peace at the University of Bologna. He is the founder of the European Academy of Religion and team leader Res and Resilience, the research infrastructure on religious studies. He wrote more than 400 articles and dozens of books on the history of councils on June 23rd and several subjects. Member of the Accademia dei Lincei. Meloni is also columnist of La Repubblica and Rai News. And let me leave the floor to Professor Sari Hanafi, because I know he has another commitment. And so we thank him for his extremely kindness. Professor Hanafi, to you.
Thank you so much. So just 5 minutes, I imagine. Okay. Yeah. So
yes. No more than 8.
Yeah. Okay. So okay. So I will just talk quickly about 3 points. Sorry. The first one is COVID-19. It's a huge crisis. It's like the Great Depression, like in the 20s. This will shape, I think, the humanity after. The Great Depressions of the late 20s end up by the New Deals of Roosevelt in United States and setting many advantage for working class, for ethnic relationship, economic prosperity in United States. In the same time, in the early 30s, Germany become fascist. So it means that where we go for the world post COVID-19, we can go in all directions. This should be prepared. If we want to prepare it like the French resistance did it after the Second World War, and they prepare a report, they call it Les Jours Heureux, where really it was amazingly nationalizing economy, ending monopolies, doing social housing. So a lot of good things, and this led France into 30 years of prosperity. So I think simply the world will not be as usual. We cannot conduct our business as usual. This is my first message. The second message, historically, social scientists like left Gilles Deleuze told us, they always start from to perceive the world in terms of relationships that begin from the most distant and move inward. It means that, for instance, if I take social inequality, has understood at large as a global phenomenon of exploitation, relationship can be traced in toward imperialism and colonialism. I think the whole work of social classes as abstract concept didn't help now the world to end the social inequality and exploitation. If you look to those who supported Trump, this category of white working class that social scientists historically didn't go to them. If we look to the work of the faith-based organization, how they are creating neighborhood initiatives, how create community, working from inward to distance, the opposite of what the social scientists and the left is doing. So I argue that post-corona world should be multi-level focus from community to humanity, and specifically not to forget the humanity level, because myself, I am refugees, and I know how important the question of refugees. So this is, if you like, how I think if we want to prepare post-corona life. My second point is a struggle. Actually, COVID-19 is a disease not only of globalization but also the Anthropocene. This the greed of the human consumerism is depleted resources that our earth cannot renew, and this virus is one episode of our consumerism. So let me give a small example, if you like. If we do believe that it started from non-domesticated animals, the civet, the pangolin, and bats, etc., we have a study showing that it's not a delicious meat, but it's only a Bordeauxian way we can understand the sign of distinction. So more and more you have this significant amount of unnecessary and luxurious object that we middle class, lower middle class are consuming. So this if you like, this mythical access to the seeking of mythical access to happiness is become more and more terrible accelerator of our health trouble, epidemics, death, and disaster. So the world post-COVID-19 should work against the Anthropocene, and specifically to reconnect the relationship between individual, society, and nature. And I think the work of Bruno Latour in this regard is extremely important, and in a close relationship with what I am talking. So let me finish by saying that if I take Lebanon as a case, it's where really we have a study showing that people now conceive any day off as a way of traveling, of tourism. It's become so consumerist. Our understanding what the meaning of the day off instead of maybe rework our relation to family, we community, etc. We go just we go. So if you like, word really cannot be as before, but it doesn't mean it will be necessarily for the best. I stop here.
Thank you, Professor Hanafi. And so, Professor Hashemi, do you want to go on? The floor is yours.
Sure. Greetings to everyone from Denver, Colorado. And a huge congratulations to Giancarlo and to Mohammed and to the people at Reset for keeping these conferences going. I have very fond memories of participating in several of them in Istanbul, and I'm happy that that your efforts continue. I want to speak about the relationship between political regimes and pandemics. And I have a PowerPoint presentation that I'd like to use. If Sophia can allow me to use share screen on Zoom, I will use that PowerPoint presentation.
You should be able to now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the question that I want to ruminate on for roughly the next 8 minutes that I think is relevant to this global crisis is the following. Are authoritarian regimes better equipped than democracies to handle the challenges of a pandemic? Now, this is a question and a debate that has emerged in recent months around the globe after the start of the coronavirus pandemic. And it goes something like this. As Washington, D.C. and other Western liberal democracies have faltered, Beijing and China have assumed global leadership in responding to the coronavirus pandemic. They've filled a vacuum. They've provided leadership in terms of how a country can mobilize their citizens to meet the challenges of a pandemic. And so some people have been arguing that perhaps one of the big lessons that we need to learn at this particular moment is that perhaps Western liberal democracies, or democracies more generally, have some fundamental flaws, and we need to rethink and reconsider perhaps other forms of governance that perhaps can respond better to the challenges that our world faces, particularly in the time of a pandemic. The director of the World Health Organization has on several occasions praised China for its response to this pandemic, praising China not only for the speed at which it responded, but also for the transparency that it has showed in responding to the pandemic. Interestingly, Donald Trump himself has also praised China, not recently, but during the months of January and February. He was very laudatory of how China has responded to this pandemic. And of course, if you're following this debate globally, the leading intellectual proponent of this thesis is none other than the Singaporean intellectual Kishore Mahbubani, who has been writing extensively and giving interviews along this narrative. And he's basically written the following, just to cite you one example, writing in The Economist magazine not too long ago. He wrote that this pandemic marks the start of the Asian century. The Asian century. This crisis highlights the contrast between the competent responses of East Asian governments, China, South Korea, and Singapore, and the very incompetent responses of Western democracies such as Italy, Spain, France, Britain, and the United States. the far lower death rates suffered in East Asian countries is a lesson for everyone to learn, Mahboubani has argued. They reflect not just medical capabilities, but also the quality of governance and the cultural confidence of these East Asian societies. After its initial missteps in Wuhan, China firmly deployed good science and robust public policy measures to break the back of the problem. It responsibly released the genetic data as soon as the Chinese scientists sequenced the genome of the virus, and they shared it with the rest of the world. And Mahboubani then argues that the result is that in our post-COVID-19 world, this will be a world in which other countries will look to East Asia as a role model, not only for how to handle a pandemic, but how to govern more generally. Now, this argument might be received with a lot of skepticism in Europe and the United States, but Mahboubani claims that in the eyes of many people in the developing world, in Asia, in Africa, and in the Middle East, China's global standing has actually gone up, and China is an alternative model to the West and to democracies more generally, and that this new model of governance has broad support in many non-Western societies. I want to argue that this thesis is fundamentally flawed. There might be elements of truth to it, but I think opponents of democracy and human rights around the world would want us to buy into this narrative. It's deeply disingenuous, it's politically motivated, and it's ethically flawed. And just to sort of introduce an argument into this global debate, I want to remind everyone of a very famous thesis that was articulated over 20 years ago by the world famous development economist at Harvard University, Amartya Sen. Amartya Sen is, of course, an Indian public intellectual and scholar. He won the Nobel Prize in economics in 1998 for his work on famines. And I think his thesis on famines and its relationship to democracy has a lot to teach us about our contemporary moment in the era of the coronavirus and this debate between democratic responses to the pandemic versus authoritarian regimes' responses to the pandemic. And so in his widely acclaimed book called Development as Freedom, Amartya Sen compares the two most populous countries in the world, China and India. And he writes that during Mao Zedong's Great Leap Forward in the late 1950s, China had the largest recorded famine in human history. Roughly 30 million people died at this time in the late 1950s. India, by contrast, has not had a famine since independence in 1947. These differences and these different experiences with famine, Amartya Sen writes, can be explained by the existence of democratic freedoms that India has enjoyed, of course, in the pre-Narendra Modi period. This has contributed, he says, to the flexibility of economic policy and the responsiveness of public action to social crises and unforeseen disasters. Amartya Sen's analytical focus looks at the impact of democracy and political freedoms on the lives and capabilities of citizens. His scholarship examines the connection between political and civil rights and the prevention of major disasters such as famines. And in a passage from his book that speaks directly to our current coronavirus pandemic, Amartya Sen discusses the important theme of access to information. A free press and the practice of democracy contribute greatly to bringing out information that can have an enormous impact on policies for famine prevention. For example, information about the early effects of droughts and floods, about the nature and impact of unemployment. The most elementary source of basic information from distant areas about a threatening famine are enterprising news media, especially when there are incentives provided by a democratic system for bringing out facts that may be embarrassing to governments, facts that an authoritarian government would tend to censor out. And he argues that a free press and an active political opposition constitute the best early warning systems for a country threatened by a famine. Now, replace the word famine with pandemic, and I think Amartya Sen's argument has a lot to teach us about our contemporary moment, particularly the role that China has played in the early days of this pandemic. And this argument was actually effectively made not too long ago by the human rights organization Reporters Without Borders. They argued in a statement that if there had been a free press in China, if the whistleblowers who tried to sound the alarm of the pandemic in China had not been silenced, then this global crisis could have been prevented from turning into a global crisis. So it's thus important to remember, I think, that we are fundamentally facing this global crisis because of the policies of a deeply authoritarian regime that lied, distorted, and continues to hide the truth about the origins of this virus. And of course, I'm talking about the policies of the Chinese Communist Party and the rule of Xi Jinping. Had China not lied, not arrested the doctors who tried to sound the alarm, arguably, we wouldn't be facing this crisis to begin with. And there's a lot of, factual and documentary evidence to suggest this. So I think regime type very much profoundly matters when it comes to dealing with pandemics. And if you look at the preliminary data that we have available before us, the countries that have best responded to the pandemic are countries that have healthy democracies: South Korea, Iceland, Taiwan, New Zealand, and Germany. If you look at the global data, their numbers are very low. Other countries that are consumed by rising populism and authoritarianism are doing very weak in terms of their response. If you look at right now the data in terms of the leading countries that have the most cases and most deaths, they are consumed by different forms of authoritarian politics. Just look at the data that is published annually and take a look at these figures before you on my PowerPoint screen. These are the countries and these are the leaders who have the worst COVID cases around the world, and you can see what unites them. I think this observation also applies to the Arab and Islamic world today. If you look at what's happening in North Africa, in the Middle East, compare and contrast Tunisia's response with the case of Iran, Saudi Arabia, and Egypt. Very different, and the political regimes there, I think, tell you a lot about what's happening. And finally, I'm talking to you from the United States of America. It's long been viewed as a democracy, but it's clearly a democracy in deep decline. The United States has 5% of the world population, but it has 25% of the known COVID cases. And the explanation for that is the incompetent authoritarian rule of Donald Trump. And I don't think you can explain what's happening in this country where I'm talking to you from today without dealing with the problem of rising authoritarianism and democratic decline. And so there's a lot here, I think, that's worth considering about the relationship between pandemics and political regimes. And I'll leave the rest for a conversation in the roundtable discussion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Professor Hashemi. Thank you so much. And to you, Professor Melloni.
Yes, thank you. So my consideration on the issue we are debating today are simple and coming from the experience of a country that has suffered very much from the COVID-19 pandemic, and in which we experienced some of the issues already raised during this panel, namely the fact that while for a good number of issues and social phenomenon, we had in the past year the sense that non-democratic society are responding more quickly and more effectively to economic crisis, for instance. In this case, we had the sense that democratic society did respond better and more quickly and more effectively to the crisis of the pandemic. One of the phenomena that we experienced in this country during the most severe moments of the disaster has been the fact that both the government and the population did take parallel attitude. So a sort of governmental paternalism, offering to the people not simply rules, but very specific solutions. And this type of paternalism was very well received also by religious communities, and mostly by the largest religious community, this is the Roman Catholic community in Italy. The idea to suspend the liturgical celebration was considered proper, and it was considered also proper to do this through a very administrative, low-profile instrument like a presidential decree that in our system is the lowest element of governmental decisions. So without a law, without a vote of the parliament on reduction of freedom that were touching also the freedom of religion and the liturgical freedom. But it was also an occasion, COVID, to discuss at a more general level on another topic, namely the role of religious communities during the crisis. And in this, I must confess that I've been very scared by a phenomenon that was very visible to me, namely the idea that being in the core of a great crisis, religions should demonstrate to be useful. And so there was all a sense that a long commitment of religions and religious communities to practical help of people in need during the pandemic was a sort of implicit request to demonstrate something more than the simple right to exist. And this was so dangerous that one of the most interesting phenomena that I was capable to perceive was the fact that one of the organizations representing the Muslims in Italy was very vocal in advertising the type of help that the community was bringing to mostly elder people during the lockdown. Of course, to help the elders in this moment was very proper. It was very moving to many extent, and for many people it was a bit surprising, but a good surprise to see Muslim girls, visibly Muslim girls, offering help where the people was used to see much more frequently Catholic young boys and girls. But this for me is also a sign of worry, because I'm worried by the fact that the community must demonstrate to be useful. And in this area, on the contrary, my idea is that during the pandemic, the religious community could demonstrate and must demonstrate to a certain extent the capacity to have a sense of how the disaster is and the meaning of the disaster, not simply the role of the disaster as an occasion and opportunity to demonstrate this social capability to intercept needs and to respond to practical needs. Because to respond to the need of the elder or to the mental health of the youngest one were being very severely affected by this, even if the damage are not so visible, is in my view one of the sense that must be underlined. In my view, a religious leader and theologian and people aware of hermeneutical and institutional history must offer all what they can, possibly with some insight in the future, but also they are asked to restore a language of liberation and of reflection on the theological meaning of the catastrophe. That is a very important theological category, the catastrophe. Because the difference between the pandemic in the secular age or the post-secular age and the pandemic in the religious or the pre-secular age is the fact that we are not capable anymore to reduce and control the catastrophe through the category of sin and punishment and divine punishment of sin. Even if in this pandemic of coronavirus, we have seen a tendency to a resurgence of a pseudo-religious explanation. The idea that the pandemic was so severe because globalization was so strong, because the economic system was too marked by inequality and injustice. And so the idea that the catastrophe is teaching to us something, to free the debate from a pseudo-religious argument, even secularized pseudo-religious argument, is, to my sense, one of the things that could have been more interesting to develop. And we are trying to work to see if and somehow this has been done, thanks to the online celebration. We have collected a large number of sermons, of Christians' sermons for the moment, and this will offer a good material for analysis to see how much the religious community has been simply capable to respond to social crisis with social argument, to economic need with economic measures, and how much they have been capable to perceive and to respond to the theological challenge of an unprecedented event like the pandemic, that is, beside the war, the most catastrophic event of the past 4th century.
Thank you, Professor Melloni, and I give the floor to Professor Cesari. To you, Jocelyn.
Hello, everybody, including my fellow panelists. Lots of familiar faces, so it's nice to see you here. A lot of things have already been said. The major common feature being that the COVID crisis exacerbates and link together a lot of issues that we tend indeed to address separately: race, class, inequality, democracy. All this has come together, and I think that the protest we are seeing everywhere after the Floyd killing is really one first wave of this kind of shaking of what we considered a normal order. For this particular intervention, I would like to pull out the thread of religion. Of course, it does cut across all of this topic we have discussed, but I would like to insist on two things that have stricken me a lot. The first is the ambiguity, and here I'm talking about religious institutions, official or I would say institutional religious discourse. Doesn't mean state religion, it means groups, organized group. I'm not talking about the believer, which is much more challenging to get. But what was very interesting is the ambiguity of the religious community vis-a-vis the national policy. And first, all the religious responses, except a few, have been national and discussed nationally. Of course, there have been global or international position taken, but the reality, the nitty-gritty of how we as believers and citizens operate have been all national, and the discourse has been all national and actually inter-religious as much as intra-religious. So, and this has shown in the fact that the same religious group responded or discussed theologically the pandemics in a different way. I was fascinated by, for example, the Sunni Turks in Germany being very, I would say, accommodating and even supportive, while some of the same religiously grounded response in Turkey were not. And same thing with Barelvi, the Obandi group, who are in the UK. And when they operated in Pakistan, they were not favorable or supportive of the state policy. So there is something interesting there, and it's the beginning of it. And why and how this is different as to look at other factors that, you know, the trans national aspect of religion, which is still there, of course is still there, but it is not the one-way response that we usually think we have. And so what I see emerging here is what I call biopolitics, which is a term I borrow from Foucault, meaning the state has taken on tasks that were before at the responsibility of religious community. And it's not only the body of people, the health of people, but also the soul of people. It was very interesting for me to see the discussion on past plagues, on apocalyptic discourse that were not all actually less within religious communities and more on the side of political actors. And all this has also reinforced what we have been seeing for the last 20 years, which means a continuous strengthening of state policies around the question of security. It was 9/11. This is another aspect of security, which is life and people. And it means that the state is gaining powers that it will never give back. This history show once the state has taken some kind of rights or impeachment on rights, it's very hard to get it back. And so we have here to address this particular aspect of what I call securitization, including securitization of religion, which means looking at the practice of people, not only for the sake of guaranteeing or granting religious freedom, but also to control. And it has been very worrisome to see how some technique of tracing terrorists have been used to trace the disobedient citizens who do not follow the guidelines. So there is, again, these are just points. I cannot elaborate more on that, but this is also something that I do not think will disappear. And here, I think we are seeing the merge of indeed the democratic and the authoritarian regime. You know, there is something in there that empowers the state even more. And how this will unfold with the question of freedom and rights, including religion, is yet to be seen. And what we have, we see here two tendencies. For example, in India, if you are part of the dominant majority religion, you tend to be very nationalist. For example, the Hindus have shown a lot of intolerance and nationalization of the responses to COVID by scapegoating the Muslims. There was even a trending hashtag like Corona Jihad. Same thing in Europe. We have seen how can become scapegoat. There was a very staggering study, polling done in the UK, where 20% of the Brits think that Muslims and Jews are responsible for coronavirus. So these are the trends, but they are not the only one. The other trend is indeed, and that's where the most interesting may happen, the fact that the state has come short also in the association with the individual citizen only. What we have seen discussed across community is the individual and the citizen is not an island. And living in the US, it's very interesting to see the discourse of community in this country that has been built on the empowerment of the individual. And that's where communities, especially religious one, can come and provide alternative, because the moral resources of the public order have been very much eroded. And you see, interestingly, some debates within the international, within the different national community on this issue. I was timing myself, so I know I am done. So let me wrap up here and say that we are not equipped as scholars to look at these different issues for the reasons that were also debated in the previous panel. And we are not taking into account the historical dimension. And I want also to say that we need now to disconnect the usual position, which is religion against science. That's not as clear. What I see even among the Taliban is some kind of discussion on hygiene that are scientifically based. And you have seen Iran is fascinating because the reaction against the religious state policy of the rulers has created even a greater gap between the citizen and the state. So it is not all, I would say, nicely combined together. And in this sense, I think there is a lot of potential in looking at biopolitics. And I stop here.
Thank you, Professor Cesari. Thank you so much. And Professor Haddad, to you.
شكرا. بالحقيقة ينبغي أن نتذكر أن أزمة الكورونا هي تذكر البشر بوحدة النوع وبوحدة الجنس. فهذا الوباء لم يفرق بين المسيحيين والمسلمين والهندوس وبين الشماليين والناس الذين يعيشون في الجنوب. لقد أصاب البشرية ككل. ولو نأخذ الأجيال التي تعيش بيننا فهي في الغالب لم تحضر أحداث مست البشرية ككل. يعني ربما كان آخر حدث مس البشرية ككل هو الحرب العالمية الثانية. أغلب الناس الذين يعيشون اليوم هم ناس لم يعيشوا هذه الكارثة. إذن الأوبئة مضت عليه فترة طويلة وكاد الناس ينسون أنها أمر موجود. والآن تذكرنا هذه الوقائع بأنه يمكن أن يحصل في أي لحظة ما وباء عالمي، وأن يشمل الجميع، وأن يصبح تحديا للجميع، وأن يصبح رد هذا التحدي مهمة البشرية ككل بصرف النظر عن اختلافاتها الدينية والعرقية وغيرها. ربما هذا أمر مهم ينبغي التركيز عليه، مسألة التفكير في وحدة الجنس البشري والنوع البشري، وأن البشر بصفة عامة أمامهم تحديات كبرى، تحديات آتية من الخارج، آتية من الطبيعة، آتية من تعاملهم الجماعي مع الطبيعة مثل التلوث وغير ذلك. وهذا ما يذكرنا بالمقولة التي اختفت في السنوات الأخيرة، مقولة تحالف الحضارات. تحالف الحضارات. الأمم المتحدة كانت قد تبنت هذه الفكرة، ولكن هذه الفكرة كانت مسيسة أيضا، فلذلك ربما تراجعت في السنوات الأخيرة. لكن اليوم ينبغي أن يوجد فعلا نوع من تحالف الحضارات لمواجهة هذه التحديات المشتركة أمام البشرية ككل. هذا أعتقد درس من الدروس التي يمكن استخلاصها مما عشناه في هذه الجائحة. الدرس الثاني ربما هو التواضع. يعني عندما ننظر إلى قائمة البلدان سنرى أن هناك اختلافات كبيرة في النجاح في مواجهة هذه الجائحة. هناك بلدان ثرية وقوية ومتقدمة علميا مثل الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية، لكن يبدو أنها تعاني مشاكل كبرى في إيجاد حلول لأمام هذه الجائحة، في حين أن العديد من البلدان الأخرى التي هي أكثر تواضعا ولكنها نجحت. نحن الآن يعني افتراضيا في تونس عدد الذين توفوا بسبب الكورونا لا يتجاوز 50 شخص، رغم أن تونس يعني في مكان مفتوح على العالم. وهناك عندما ننظر إلى القائمة هناك العديد من البلدان الإفريقية الصغيرة التي حققت أيضا نتائج إيجابية. لا أدري إذا كانت هناك إمكانية أن تحصل موجة كورونا في إفريقيا في المستقبل، لا أدري، لكن حاليا عندما ننظر الإحصائيات الحالية نرى أن هناك العديد من البلدان الإفريقية بإمكانيات متواضعة قد استطاعت أيضا أن تسيطر على الأوضاع. لأن هذا أعتقد أنه يدفع إلى التواضع ويدفع الجميع إلى التعاون المشترك فيما يتصل بهذا النوع من القضايا. مقابل هذه ربما الجوانب الإيجابية أرى أن هناك العديد من الجوانب السلبية. طبعا هناك الآن نقاش كبير حول عالم ما بعد الكورونا. البعض يرى أن عالم ما بعد الكورونا سيكون أفضل لأن الناس سيستخلصون العديد من الدروس، وهناك من يرى على العكس أن الكورونا ستؤدي إلى أزمة اقتصادية كبيرة تشبه الأزمة الاقتصادية الكبرى التي حصلت سنة 29 والتي مهدت للحرب العالمية الثانية. ربما أنا أجد نفسي بين، لست شديد التفاؤل ولا أعتقد أن البشرية تتعظ بهذه الدروس، فقد وقعت دروس أخرى أكبر بكثير مثل الحرب العالمية الأولى والحرب العالمية الثانية والعديد من الكوارث الأخرى التي لم تتعظ بها البشرية. فلست متأكدا أن عالم ما بعد الكورونا سيكون أفضل من عالم ما قبل الكورونا. ما أخشاه هو أننا اليوم أمام قطبين أساسيين وخطابين متناقضين. يعني لدينا من جهة الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية التي بحكم قوتها وبحكم تأثيرها في العالم توجه التهمة نحو النموذج النقيض وهو النموذج الصيني، وتعتبر أن الصين هي المسؤولة عن هذه الكارثة العالمية. وأود أن أشير إلى أن الكثير من الناس أصبحوا حتى في العالم، يعني ما كان يسمى في السابق بالعالم الثالث، الكثير من الناس أصبحوا يعني يتجهون هذا الاتجاه ويعتبرون أن الصين فعلا مسؤولة عما حصل، والنموذج الصيني الذي كان يبهر الكثير من الناس أعتقد أنه اليوم قد تراجع كثيرا ولم يعد يبهر الكثير من الناس. بمعنى أن اليوم إذن لنقل الليبرالية القصوى أو الليبرالية التي تنطلق من منطلقات يعني قومية وشعبوية هي اليوم ستستفيد من ذلك، كما أن الكثير من الناس في الكثير من البلدان سيرون أن أفضل طريقة للتوقي من هذا النوع من المشاكل هو مزيد غلق الحدود ومزيد يعني وضع عوائق أمام السفر وأمام التبادل والتوقف عن يعني الاستثمار في البلدان الأخرى ومحاولة الاستثمار في البلدان إلى غير ذلك من الدعوات يعني القومية وربما أيضا الشعبوية. أعتقد أن هذا يمكن أن يستفحل في المستقبل. الجوانب الدينية لحد الآن يعني لا نرى، يعني الحقيقة ليس هناك ما يكفي اليوم من الدراسات أو من الإحصائيات أو من الاستبيانات الرأي التي تمكننا أن نفهم بالضبط يعني إلى أي مدى الشعور الديني كان فاعلا أمام هذه الأزمات. طبعا هناك جماعات دينية متطرفة سواء في الهندوسية أو في الإسلام أو في غيرها من الأديان كانت لها مواقف راديكالية أمام هذه الجائحة، لكن ما نلاحظه بصفة عامة أن المجموعات الدينية بالمعنى الواسع يعني أن أغلبية المؤمنين كانت لهم نفس مواقف غيرهم. يعني إلى حد الآن لا أرى بروز يعني جوانب دينية كبيرة في هذه الأزمة، وأعتقد أن هذا يرجع إلى علمنة المجتمعات، كل المجتمعات، وإلى أن الناس أصبحوا يرون في الوباء تحدي طبي قبل أن يكون أي شيء آخر. لكن ليس لدينا في الحقيقة الأدوات المعرفية التي تمكننا من أن نعرف كيف المؤمن العادي كيف فسر بينه وبين نفسه، كيف فسر الكورونا، وهل هي مرتبطة بالمعاصي وهل هي مرتبطة بأشياء أخرى. مع الأسف سيكون من الصعب في الحقيقة على الأقل في القريب العاجل أن نفهم هذه الأمور لعدم وجود كثير من الدراسات في هذا المجال. لكن ما أود أيضا أن ألاحظه هنا وأنه كان يمكن للسلطات الدينية أن بمعنى يعني الكنائس والهيئات العلمية الدينية وغير ذلك، كان يمكن أن تقوم بمبادرات رمزية جماعية رمزية في هذا المجال. هناك بعض المحاولات ولكنها قليلة ومحدودة، وهذا أمر قد لفت نظري. كان يمكن أن توجد محاولات أقوى وأن توجد أصوات أقوى. ما حصل، هناك بعض المحاولات نعم، ولكن ما حصل لم يكن في مستوى الحدث وفي مستوى هذه التحديات. الأمر الآخر الذي أرى أن فيه خطر ينبغي الانتباه إليه هو أن مجتمعاتنا في النهاية منذ فترة طويلة وهي تفكر وتتطور تحت ضغط الخوف. نتذكر موضوع الإرهاب الذي سيطر 10 سنوات تقريبا على كل العالم وعلى تفكير العالم، ثم بعد الخوف والرعب من الإرهاب حل الآن الرعب من الوباء، وربما سيستمر الرعب من الوباء سنوات باعتبار أن هناك إمكانية كبيرة في أن تتواصل موجات الكورونا في الشتاء القادم، وحتى إن لم تتواصل فأن الخوف والرعب سيظل متواصلا لفترة معينة. إذن نحن مجتمعات أصبحنا نفكر ونتصرف تحت ضغط الخوف، وهناك الكثير من الإجراءات التي وقع اتخاذها بمناسبة محاربة الإرهاب والآن بمناسبة محاربة الوباء هي إجراءات تقيد من حريات الفرد، أو على الأقل تجعل كل منا يعني تحت الرقابة المباشرة للسلطات الإدارية والسياسية عبر استعمال يعني العديد من التطبيقات لمتابعة الأشخاص المصابين بالكورونا. هذا أمر أيضا ينبغي الانتباه إليه وينبغي التحوط وينبغي التعمق في متابعته، لأننا سنعيش أكثر فأكثر في مجتمعات كل شيء فيها خاضع لمراقبة شديدة ولصيقة بدعوى حماية المواطن، حمايته من الإرهاب أو حمايته من الوباء. وربما هذا سيخلق في الأجيال القادمة نوع من القبول بالتنازل عن جزء من الحرية، عن جزء كبير من الحرية مقابل السلامة الجسدية. وهذا أمر أيضا يمكن أن يكون مزعجا إذا ما أضيف كما قلت إلى توجهات غلق أو يعني غلق الحدود أو توجهات يعني التوقي من الآخر لمحاربة الأوبئة. إذا نحن كمثقفين أمامنا تحديات كبرى في المستقبل كي نحاول أن نوجه الأمور توجيها إيجابيا. منظمة ريزات هي منظمة حوار بين المثقفين من مختلف البلدان ومن مختلف الحضارات. أعتقد أنه يمكن أن تضع لنفسها في المستقبل برنامجا لمتابعة كل هذه الأمور، للتنبيه لما يمكن أن تنجر عن هذه الأوضاع من انحرافات سلبية في ميادين الحقوق وفي ميادين حرية التنقل وفي ميادين مثل هذا، وفي نفس الوقت أيضا أن تحاول أن يعني تضغط نحو التوجهات الإيجابية، وحدة الجنس البشري، وهو يواجه كوارث مثل هذه، ويواجه أيضا التبعات الاقتصادية، لأن الأزمة لا تنتهي بالصحة وبالجانب الصحي، وإنما ستكون أكبر فيما بعد فيما يتعلق بالجوانب الاقتصادية، إما أن نجد لها حلولا مشتركة أو أن يحاول كل شخص أن يأخذ أكثر ما يمكن من نصيب الكعكة، وبالتالي سيؤدي ذلك إلى أزمات كبرى في المجتمعات الأكثر ضعفا. المجال سيكون مفتوحا، وربما ستكون لنا فرص أخرى للنقاش فيها.
Thank you so much, and I give the floor to Professor Bosetti.
Thank you, Federica. It's a rare privilege of the chair of a said dialogue to speak last when everyone is furious at this time because it's too late. European time, the time of dinner is almost over. But so I'll be very short and telegraphic. I agree with many things I heard from you. It's a time of hope now, in a better world, in the era of post-COVID. But this is becoming common sense. Common sense that a big crisis like that one created by the pandemics is a big opportunity for a change in the sense of a sustainable world, in terms of green choices for energy, different style of life, different ways to consume goods, different way to travel, and not last in the sense of more social equality. But nothing of that will happen spontaneously. Nothing of that will come out from the crisis. We certainly need all that, but the most certain thing in our actual horizon is that we are in the middle of the most uncertain situation we ever had. Uncertainty is due to the fact that we don't even know how much our exposure to the risk of the virus will be a permanent or temporary factor, how long that exposure will last, if it will have an end or in a foreseeable time. All that has big economic consequences, and the time and the way of a general recovery is also uncertain. So we are in a very bad situation. Another source of uncertainty is that the COVID has produced risk of new conflicts in the international relationship. When we need more cooperation, we have, as a matter of fact, more dispersion of energies, with several attempts to present in many countries to local public opinions by the people in charge, the virus as a foreign threat, a threat coming from other countries. And inside several single society, we have seen political forces belonging to majorities or also to the oppositions trying to politicize in the most opportunistic way the issue beyond any reasonable limit. So the idea of finding an enemy as a cause of our problems, as a systematic way of thinking, and another way to bring the old device of scapegoating as a means to gather easy consent in the public opinion. Apropos of this, the American president is not alone in that practice. Even the issue of the relationship of public opinion and science's expertise is exposed to contradictory winds. We heard that from Mohammed Haddad right on Tuesday, that for instance in Tunisia, there has been a rapprochement between expert, non-religious and ordinary people. Probably something is happening in Europe, but also the opposite can happen. New and old movements are still flourishing with the idea that the COVID is nothing but a common flu. There are quite large movement with this belief, and an invention that the belief that the virus is an invention of the elites to put people under control, to impose medicaments, vaccines, etc. I don't want mention that there is also some intellectual that is convinced of that, that is trying to propose this kind of absolute conviction. It is uncertain what trend will prevail. The usual resentment against the knowledge, the revenge of ignorance, people against the academic studies could also have a role in our future public opinion. So we have more conflicts when a good and effective reaction to the virus would have needed. We would have needed more cohesion and common assumption of responsibility in every state, city, community. That in some respect that happened, but we had also the opposite trend. That's why every attempt to define a response to the crisis in a single one-sided way is likely to fail. What is sure in such a certain situation is that there is a strong need of articulated policies to deal with planning, rethinking health system, to afford the dramatic crisis of schooling that has an enormous influence, that is damaging children, that represent new burden for family, for women, also represent an economic damage, the dramatic crisis of employment, the emerging new poverties. So, so far, the COVID has not helped to solve, but aggravated and worsened the inequality. We don't have time, but I just suggest to have a look at the work of Didier Fassin, who gathered data about the inequality, social inequality, in a way that the virus has infected people. The proportion of Black Americans in Michigan, Illinois, but also in France, the proportion, the rate of risk of dying among different social threats, among especially Black people, not to mention the situation of the refugees in these times. And so we have a very more acute phenomena of inequality when the opposite would be needed. So to go fast to the end, how can we correct the current policies in that sense? Because it's not easy. Everyone among reasonable people agree about the idea of reducing inequalities. But the difficult thing is just the COVID has pushed things in the opposite direction. The big tech company have found in the face of lockdown a gigantic occasion for big, huge business. Now the situation we have is that the growth of tech giants during the COVID-19 crisis has recorded at the stock exchange that Amazon was worth 1.14 trillion, Microsoft 1.32 trillion, Apple 1.26 trillion, Alphabet, the parent company of Google, 900 billion, and Facebook, for Facebook only 577 billion. So Jeff Bezos, the CEO of Amazon, has personally made 30 billion during the COVID-19 lockdown. So now it is the moment where this dimension of the economy, of the business of the big tech company is giving them more power to be even more influent now in the redefinition of the state services. So there is a convergence of interest between the big tech and the trend, the neoliberal trend that we were coming to agree that would have needed a correction in terms of working for policies addressed to reduce inequality. We have to deal with the reality, which is giving us presenting us a new risk of further inequality. So, what to say? Nothing in terms of correction will be spontaneous, will come out by itself from this situation. What I want to say, it's not, we are not a political organization, but I'm obliged to say that it is time to move politics, that there is a place for politics that political leaders have to play. Nothing will spontaneously bring us in the right direction. It is time for a political action supported by a lot of knowledge, a democratic action well supported by a lot of people, possibly. There is a need of leadership in a time where this leadership is not in view, both in many countries, in the single country, but at the international level, where, as you know, as we already discussed in a previous meeting of our organization with some of you, there is the risk of the risk to see that authoritarian forces could show, as some of you already said, even now in this roundtable, could present the candidature of authoritarian power as the best leaders in this difficult situation. I don't believe that this trend will prevail, but it's time to care about that, to prevent the worst in our future. So that's all I wanted to say at the end, to be short and not much articulated, but it's very late. So please forgive me for being so superficial and fast. But I'm sure you are happy that I've been fast.
Thank you, Giancarlo. Thank you so much. And I think that we can collect a couple of questions. Unfortunately, no more because we are late, 1 hour late. And I see Bukhari and maybe Zakaria. Please be brief. You can ask. Bukhari, are you there? Yes, go on. Bukhari? And Zakaria is still there? I see him. Zakaria,
yes, it's Bukhari here. Bukhari here. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Great.
Yes, perfectly.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for putting up such a beautiful and very, very interesting and pressing session. So my question is to Professor Nader Hashmi, is that he has actually defended democracies, and I think I agree with him. He is coming up from Amartya Sen's argument, and when I was contemplating upon it, it's in fact, it's not a question. It is. I think I'm interested in his response to that. That when I think about Gilles Deleuze, when he explains the Western civilization as capitalism, he introduces a mechanism of decoding, recoding, and that by that mechanism, I think that the Western civilization has a potential to come up and to face the challenges. But at the same time, I think when Professor Hashmi was actually confronting the authoritarian regimes, which is partly true in the sense that they cannot confront this problem, but still I feel that the prompt response I feel from Pakistan, sitting in Pakistan University of Karachi, I think that it at least shows some sort of weakness that needs to be addressed, and that remains to be seen how West has turned out to be very efficient to combat with these pandemics. So it's not a clear-cut question, but my position is, of course, very ambivalent. But I think I want his response, if he could, what I think about Gilles Deleuze. Thank you.
Well, I mean, I'm unclear of the question. Could you restate it, please?
Professor, I was just saying that as you defend with Amartya Sen that democracies has more strength, right? I was thinking about Western civilization as civilization. And when I think from a Deleuzian perspective, so when I think he identifies that within Western capitalism, there is a phenomena of coding and decoding, territorialization, deterritorialization, and reterritorialization, which provides the system freedom, and at the same time, it has the capacity to consume the other, which is to say the problem. So I see a strength. I don't know, I'm not sure. I see it as a strength, and that shows the strength of Western civilization from my perspective. So it's not a question. I mean, I was just putting up an alternative to Amartya Sen's position that I think that was really interesting.
Right.
So in the panel, anyone can answer me and comment. I think I'm interested more in comment rather than, sorry for this.
Sorry, Nader, this is Giancarlo. I resisted during your speech to comment it that direct but I want to introduce the issue that Amartya Sen has corrected his vision after that famous essay on the famine, the comparison between India, with another book, which is a very sad book called The Uncertain Glory of India, where he's comparing the score of China and India with a bitter conclusion that in terms of human development, China did much better than India. Sorry for that. Sorry for that.
No, it's a good observation. I'm not sure if Amartya Sen has commented recently on this pandemic and has weighed in on what China has done and what has not done to combat this crisis. But I think his fundamental argument with respect to how societies and governments can handle famines and pandemics and the inherent characteristics that democracies possess to force governments to do the right thing still has validity. I think that's one of the big lessons that we can learn from studying Amartya Sen's thesis on democracy and famines. And I think it's playing itself out before our eyes. As I said at the end of my presentation, if you look at the countries that have been the best performing countries in keeping the number of cases and deaths down, they've been healthy democracies that have responded to citizens' demands for good public policy. And the worst performing countries are countries that are consumed by different forms of authoritarianism, where the politicians in charge have chosen, to obfuscate the truth, to lie, to distort, to blame others, and to not engage in the type of good public policy that we would expect from a responsible government. So, I think what we need to do is we need to perhaps call on Amartya Sen at some point to weigh in on this debate and to see whether these two books that we're talking about, Giancarlo, actually are in contradiction to one another, or really they're speaking to two separate issues. And I think it's my guess is it's the latter. These books are speaking to two different issues that confront our world.
Thank you, Professor Hashemi. Is there another question? I think the last one for Professor Haddad. Professor Haddad, are you there? I can read it.
نعم أنا موجود نعم.
Okay. حضرتك موجود. So the question is from Zacharias Limani. Due to the lack of equipment for treatment and medical teams in the time of Corona, what is choice in treating patients? What is the criterion for people choosing of treatment?
أنا في الحقيقة لم أفهم جيدا هذا السؤال. يعني المعلوم أن المشكل كورونا هو أنه ليس هناك علاج لهذا الوباء يعني، وبالتالي فإن الأهم في العالم كله كانت مسألة الوقاية، يعني كيف يقع التوقي من هذا الوباء في انتظار أن يوجد لقاح ضده. فلذلك كانت مسألة التعامل فلذلك كانت مسألة الثقة بين السلطات السياسية والسلطات الصحية وعموم المواطنين كانت مسألة رئيسية وأساسية، إما أن يتفاعل الناس مع الإجراءات التي تسنها السلطات الطبية فيما يتعلق بالتوقي، أو أن هناك مجموعات لا تقبل بذلك وبالتالي تصبح خطرا على البقية وينتشر الوباء بصفة كبيرة. أود أن أشير إلى ملاحظة أخرى سريعة، وهي أن تأويلنا اليوم لمن انتصر ومن لم ينتصر على الوباء لن يكون تأويلا سهلا، لأن هناك العديد من الأشياء التي يمكن أن تدخل في هذا النقاش. فعلى سبيل المثال اليوم نرى نحن أن فيما يتعلق بالإحصائيات بالتأكيد إيران من أكثر البلدان التي تضررت بهذا الوباء، ولكن في نفس الوقت السلطات الإيرانية تقول أن ما حصل لها من خيبات في مكافحة الوباء هو يعود إلى الحصار الأمريكي عليها، وبالتالي هي تستخدم الأمر لمزيد يعني تثبيت حكمها للإيرانيين ومزيد توجيه الإيرانيين ضد الغرب وضد الولايات المتحدة وغيرها. الصين، هل أنه فعلا مات 3000 شخص أم أكثر أم أقل؟ إذا كان 3000 شخص هناك الكثير من المقالات الصينية التي تقول أنه بفضل الحزب الشيوعي الصيني مات 3000 في حين أنه في أمريكا أكثر بكثير. إذن فكل طرف الآن سيؤول الأمور حسب ما يريده هو وحسب يعني توجهاته الإيديولوجية. نعم يعني أعتقد
Thank you, Professor Haddad.
نعم.
جدا. And I think that Professor Lawrence wants to conclude together with Professor Hassas.
Federica, I wanted to say that won't be conclusive remarks, just our conclusive remarks now, because it's time to close this second day of the conference, is that the conference will produce something that will be very useful. Some texts will be available in a volume. And I think, Jonathan, what you say, that at this point we can only say hello, goodbye, to invite people to our next occasion of discussing and working together. We have to thank them for having spent so much time, for having resisted so far in our Zoom meeting. And I leave you the last word, Jonathan.
I would just add my thanks, especially to Federica Zoya and Mohammed Hassas for the organization of the conference portion of this seminars, and of course the summer school, which is ongoing and of which this is an integral part. So we will see many of you who are enrolled in the summer school tomorrow. And for those who have joined us for yesterday or today or part of it, thank you so much for being here. Please join our mailing list. Please attend our future conferences in real life or in hybrid form, however they have to be for the next little while. And we truly look forward to seeing you in person. And we thank Beit al-Hikmah, of course, for hosting us.
Well, thanks to Federica, thanks to Mohammed Hassas, thanks to Sophia for having managed so well all this business of letting Zoom work, and thanks to you, Jonathan. See you. Goodbye to everybody.
Yeah, I want to thank also everyone, but last word to Professor Meloni and Nader. We didn't meet before, we didn't talk, so it was a forum to say hello. And thanks to all the professors that have stayed with us and the participants, of course. Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Thanks, that was really fascinating.
Press the button leave.
Yes.
Ciao, ciao.